Okay, first order of council is the adoption of the minutes from September 19th. We have a motion for Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Next up, we have disclosures of pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures tonight? Councillor Carrió?
Thank you, Worship. At the last council meeting that I wasn't able to attend, there was something on the in-camera matter pertaining to 6505 Palsy Boulevard. This is the first meeting since that meeting, so I would have had a conflict had I been there.
Okay. You got that, Mr. Clerk?
Yep.
Alrighty, thank you. Any other disclosures? Okay, great. Then we are going to move on and start off with our deputations. First off, we've got someone here for the Special Olympics World Summer Games, Robin Crandall, and she's going to be recognized. Is Robin here tonight? Hey, Robin, come on up. How are you? Good, nice to meet you. Which way is the camera? You can look into the camera. Come on up this way. Okay, we're going to start off. We're going to give you your fancy solid gold award. Congratulations. I'm just going to read a little bit about Robin's accomplishments. Niagara Falls has the best Special Olympian world champion 50-meter freestyle swimmer. This summer, Robin Crandall competed in Athens, Greece, and proved that she's still the very best Special Olympian in the entire world in the 50-meter freestyle. Robin also earned a gold medal as a member of the Canadian team, individual medley, and a silver medal in the 50-meter butterfly. Last year, Robin Crandall was honored for winning gold at the Special Olympics National Summer Games, winning gold medals in the 25-meter freestyle, 50-meter butterfly, and the 4x 50-meter freestyle relay. She's also swam her way to a silver medal in the 50-meter freestyle and bronze in the 200-meter freestyle. It was Robin Crandall's first time competing in the national competition, which was held in London, Ontario. Last fall, Robin was honored with the Doug Austin Award at the city's Volunteer Recognition Evening. Robin's planning for a repeat performance 4 years from now at the World Special Olympics in Los Angeles, California. Robin is coached by George Petlin, and she continues to train at McMain Center with a combination of swimming, weight training, cardiovascular exercise. We're very proud of you, Robin. On behalf of myself, on behalf of all the City Council, we want to congratulate you for doing us proud and continue to keep making us proud. Congratulations. Next up, I understand we have Justin DiCienzo. Is Justin here? All right, welcome, Justin. We have another price of gold. You know, these are big deals nowadays. Justin, congratulations. Now let me read a little bit about Justin's accomplishments. And I know that his parents are here, and a lot of his family, and all your friends are watching at home, Justice. So let's see if we can get the extra sponsorship with your coverage here, because everybody watches council, right? On August the 17th of this year, Justin DiCienzo earned 2 major championships. Playing at the Bray Bend Golf Course in Mississauga, Justin took home top prize at the CN Future Links Ontario Provincial Golf Junior Skills Challenge, hosted by the Golf Association of Ontario. Justin competed against 41 juniors who earned their way to the provincials by playing in regional skills challenges throughout Ontario. On July 29th of this year, Justin competed at Sparrow Lakes Golf Course and earned his way into the finals. I put a few balls into the lake there at Sparrow Lakes before, by the way, Justin. The Skills Championship challenge golfers to compete on a variety of golf skills, including putting, chipping, driving, and iron play, and has set skill targets for each golfer to achieve and accumulate points for every facet of the golf game. More recently, Justin competed at the Fort Erie Golf and Country Club, and earned the championship title for the local Bantam 11 and under division. Justin has been a member of the Canadian Junior Golf Association since 2009. He plays in golf tournaments across Ontario. He's a member of the U.S. Kids Golf Tour, with golf tournaments throughout Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York State. And locally, Justin is a member of the Niagara Bantam Tour. And next year, Justin plans on returning to the Niagara Bantam Tour. How about a nice big warm welcome to our big guys? All right, next up we've got the Niagara Falls Falcons Minor Mosquito Baseball Team. And if we could call the coaches up here first, managers and assistant coaches, and we will together give out the Solid Gold Awards to the players. How are you? Good. Very good. Thanks. Long time. All right, fellas. So I welcome up here my brother Ryan, Rich Gibson. Mark Fortuna. Yeah, and Rich Gibson is Al Todd and Mike McCray. Oh, okay. So we don't have those guys here. So what we're going to do, guys, if you can help me out, we'll hand each one of the boys an award as they come up. But first, let's see if we've got a little bit of a write-up here. Hang on, fellas. All right. Now, here's a little bit of background on the boys that we're about to recognize, and then we'll call them up one by one. The Niagara Falls Falcons Minor Mosquito Baseball Team traveled to Brantford, Ontario, over Labor Day weekend this year to compete in the Ontario Baseball Association Championships, the OBAs, and they came home with the championship title. The team had a perfect 6-0 entering the championship games in the double elimination tournament, but lost their first game to London, 8-4. Following this disappointment, they persevered. They didn't back down, and they came out on top to win 13-3 for the championship. And last year, most of the same players were on the rookie team playing on the Buckner Source for Sports Niagara Falls Falcon Senior Rookie Ball Team. And over 2010 Labor Day weekend, last year they traveled to Tecumseh to compete, and they also won the Ontario Baseball Association Provincial Championship. So these guys are back-to-back repeat champions, doing us proud all over the province, and we'd like to call them up by name. So first, how about a big congratulations to the Falcons. All right, and if there's any parents or anyone needs to get a picture, wants to get a picture, let us know. Okay, we'll start off with Andy Birdie. Andy, come on up. Andy, congratulations. Okay. Adrian Diodad. The reason he's not in uniform, he's the bat boy. But he did a good job. Very good. And in fact, he was telling me that's part of the secret to their success, right? Good bat boy job? Come on up here, Adrian. Come on up here. Okay, Noah Fortuna. Noah. John McIntyre. Leif Bursiel. Bursiel. Want to shake hands? James Egan. Willie Jackman. Mason McCray. Owen Diodati. Kyle Fortuna. Dennis Lescone. And Ryan Todd. You guys all want to line up for anyone that wants to fire away any shots? And I would just ask one of the representatives, one of the coaches. Okay, Ryan, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to thank City Council and the Mayor for having us here today. I also want to congratulate Robin and Justin on their awards, as well as the Major Mosquito team. We competed against the Major Mosquito team throughout the year, and we got our butts kicked on a regular basis, but they taught us a lot of lessons. They made us better as a team, so when we went to compete at the Ontarios, we were able to be successful, and we owe a lot of that to the Major Mosquito team, thanks to Brian and his coaching staff, as well as the Parks and Recs Commission. They've done a fantastic job of keeping the Diamonds in tip-top shape. Anytime an opposing team would come into Oaks Park, they'd often comment on what a beautiful park it was and how lucky we were to play in such a nice park. The parents on the team, again, without your support and getting your kids to the practices and the games, obviously this wouldn't be possible. But obviously most important are the kids on the team. They came to battle every practice, every game, never gave up, and again, the results speak for themselves. So a big thanks to the kids. And Coach Elta and Coach Mike McRae send their regrets that they couldn't be here, but I know they echo my sentiments, so thank you to everyone.
And boys, on behalf of the City Council and all the residents of Niagara Falls, you made us proud, and every time you go around this province and you wear Niagara Falls and you win, it always looks good on us. So keep winning. And remember, be humble when you win, right? All right, guys, thanks very much. Congratulations. All right, we've got one more team we've got to recognize. Councillor Maves said they're pretty big mosquitoes, those kids. Okay, next up, we've got the Niagara Falls Falcons Major Mosquito Ontario Baseball Championship team. Are they all, is the team here? Can I first call up their coaches? If any of their coaches or trainers are here, if they could please come up to the front. Congratulations. All right, so we'll call up all the boys. Darren. We missing Darren? Is Darren here as well?
Darren, come on up.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. So what we'll do is you guys can handle the awards. I'll call them up. All right, we're going to call up the boys one by one. Sean, oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I've got to read first. The Niagara Falls Falcons Major Mosquito Baseball team played at home in Niagara Falls in the Ontario Provincial Tournament over Labor Day weekend, and they came out on top as well, winning the Ontario Baseball Association Provincial Championships. The Major Mosquitoes defeated their Cambridge counterparts to win the championship. There were a total of 6 Niagara Falls teams that made it to the OBAs, which is a pretty big deal. And these are the championships, and out of the 6, 2 teams came out with OBA titles, both here tonight. It's a huge accomplishment for the GNBA, the Greater Niagara Baseball Association, and for the city. Vito Scaringi, president of GNBA, reports that in the last year the association has had a 25% increase in enrollment. He credits the dedication from the coaches and the success of the league's teams last year. It's all part of creating a quality organization. We get kids staying in the league because of the support. We've got the support of the city, the Parks and Rec staff, and they ensure that the parks are always great to play in. So congratulations to our champions, and now we'd like to call you boys up. Big hand for the boys. Okay, we'll start off Sean Adamo. Sean, come on up. Okay, Ryan James. It's got a good grip. Zach Kelson. Pretty dapper, look at this guy. Ryan Shannon. Matt Weed. Dan Brady. He's not here tonight, and his award will be taken by his coaches. Caleb Johnston, is that how you say it? Caleb Johnston. Will Schmall. Callum Thiel. Thomas DiDomenico. Jacob Julian. Nolan Sexton. And last but not least, Josh Thorpe. Well, we're very, very proud of these young men who also took home the Ontario Baseball Association Award, as we mentioned in Cambridge. Another group of victorious kids that are spreading the name Niagara Falls around this province as winners. They made us very proud. So how about we get the coaches maybe to say a few words about the team, and then we'll give them a big send-off.
I've told you guys before, but we'll do it here publicly, how proud I am of you guys and what you accomplished. They also won 2 other tournaments this year. Won the league in Niagara districts and actually had a record of 50 wins, 5 losses, and 2 ties over the summer, and competed over the river as well. Congratulations to the Minor Mosquitoes, Al and Ryan and your coaching staff. Great job, guys, back to back. You should be proud also. And then just thank you to Council and Mayor for your guys' continued support in minor sports, and it's that support that allows us to put teams like this in the field and go and win championships. So thank you.
All right, congratulations, boys. Good job. You guys get one for you too. Yeah, get it. I got you. Yeah, did second to clear up. Oh yeah, I'll be looking. Actually, I'll take it. Are they? Oh, that's good. All right, we're gonna get started here. First off, I would ask the city clerk if he would introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit proposed recreational facility with ancillary uses and off-site parking at the north and south sides of Swayze Drive west of the CN Railway. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 2nd, 2011, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask our planner, Mr. Hurlovich, if you'd introduce the amended direction.
Thank you, Worship. The first property is the lands on the screen. This is the field on the north side of Swayze Drive, immediately west of the railway tracks owned by the Niagara Falls Soccer Club. There are two parcels of land involved in this proposal. Part one is the Niagara Falls Soccer Club lands on the north side of Swayze. The other property is the city-owned lands, or a portion of Kerr Park, which is to be used for off-site parking. To the north, or kind of northwest of the lands outlined on the screen, is a hydro corridor. On the east side is the railway track, and Swayze Drive providing access to both those properties. There are a number of residential properties in the areas that's all designated residential in the official plan. On the screen is the site plan that's being proposed for the development of this property. Again, part one, the north property that's owned by the Niagara Falls Soccer Club. There's a proposal for an indoor soccer facility. There would be some ancillary space for other recreational activities, as well as adding site-specific uses to allow restaurant, clinic, and retail store as ancillary uses to that recreational facility. They're also looking for a number of site-specific setbacks because of the irregular shape of the property. It's a triangular shaped parcel. The square building fitting on that triangle is a 0 setback for the rear yard. There are some additional reductions in front yard setback because there is a additional road widening identified along Swayze Drive in addition to the building frontage. As well, the north part of the property is identified. There's a tree line there, dashed line just above the words Part 1, and that portion of the site is to remain or be identified as environmental protection, and so that those lands would not be included in lot area. So there's a requirement for a reduction in lot area as well. It's not shown on this slide. And then 41 of the parking spaces to be provided on Part 1 surrounding the recreational facility, and 108 parking spaces would be provided on city property on the south side of Swayze Drive. I've outlined the two parcels for you. Again, Part 1 would have some indoor facilities in addition to the soccer fields, which would include gymnastics and martial arts. I mentioned that they also are seeking what's listed here as restaurant, clinic, and retail store. These are typical of indoor recreational facilities. It's really a snack bar, a room for a physiotherapist, and a small tuck shop or a pro shop that would be ancillary to those, and they're typically found with large indoor recreational facility. Part 2 I've identified is Kerr Park, and I mentioned that these are all zoned open space, so the use is permitted. What we're really doing is adjusting the regulations that pertain to that use. So again, those uses are to accommodate the building on Part 1 and to provide for a portion of the required parking off-site as being Part 2. I mentioned the rear part of the property, the wooded gully or the treed area, would be environmental protection, which in the official plan, and it'd be environmental conservation in the, environmental protection in the zoning bylaw. It is environmental conservation in the official plan. We held an open house with the surrounding neighbors. About 20 people attended. They had a number of concerns, most of which had to do with parking on Kerr Park, when they were advised that basically none of the recreational facilities at Kerr Park would be affected. Most of the concerns seemed to dissipate. There were residents who were concerned about the location of the recreational facility relative to their nearby townhouse development, and it was indicated that this could be buffered. There were some concerns about the scale of the restaurant, retail, and clinic, and again, as I mentioned, these are really to be ancillary to that use. The official plan designates the lands as residential, with the exception of that north triangular part of the Niagara Falls Soccer Club, which is environmental conservation in Amendment 96 to the official plan. The Swayze Drive is identified as a collector road, which is a road where we would expect to find these kind of facilities. There's a hydro transmission corridor to the northwest, which is basically forming a buffer. There will be fencing and landscaping along that boundary. I mentioned the wooded gully will be protected. Kerr Park is to be an agreement that would provide for shared parking with the soccer facilities and the city's facilities. The lots don't affect the ball diamonds, as I mentioned. Again, the open space zoning on the property would permit the recreational uses. They want to add then to those specific land use at the bottom of the slide. So a restaurant or snack bar, cafeteria, the clinic, the retail store, which, as I mentioned, is a pro shop. These are all uses that would be ancillary to this use. In order to maintain the fact that they are ancillary, it's covered up by the Please Clean filter, but that would limit the size of the space to 300 square meters for the total of those uses. An open space zone requires a 2-hectare minimum. The lot is currently 1.3 hectares. Because of the large wood lot at the back, there's actually 0.77 hectares of land available for actual development. In order to provide the clearances and height, there would be an increased height from 10 meters to 16 meters to accommodate those internal clearances. As well, I mentioned the front yard setback from Swayze Drive. The current bylaw requires 10 meters setback plus 11.5 meters from the center line of the street, and the proposal is for 7.5 meters setback with a 10-meter center line setback. Again, it's the curvature of the street and the irregular shape of the building, so it basically is undersized in just particular locations. There will be a reduction in the easterly side yard from 10 meters down to 2.8 meters, again because of the triangular size lot, and we already mentioned the environmental protection zone. 148 parking spaces are required by the zoning bylaw. 41 of those would be on site, 107 off site on Kerr Park. Oops, oh, we've lost that one. Anyway, in conclusion, we're really basically recommended or concluded that the application does comply with the official plan, that due to the irregular configuration of the parcel, there are a number of particular zoning amendments that need to occur. They will be protecting the wooded area of the site. The hydro corridor does actually form a buffer, and therefore I mentioned the open space is due to the irregular shape. Therefore, we're recommending that the council approve the application to rezone Part 1 as open space with site-specific provisions which address the uses and the setbacks for that property, and to allow for a portion of the required parking to be on Part 2. A portion of Part 1 would also be zoned environmental protection, and then to rezone a portion of Kerr Park as a site-specific open space to allow the parking to occur there. And those are the highlights of that application.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Okay, pretty straightforward. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Now the council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address the council. Is there anyone here that would like to address the council other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Yeah, yes?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Are you the are you the group?
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
I'm not. The
Okay, yeah, sure, come on up. If you can state your name and your address.
My name is Joe Cutlessa, and I live in Hamilton, Ontario, 155 James Street South.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of council, and Niagara Falls City staff members, my name is Joe Cutlessa, Chief Executive Officer of the Jomar Group of Companies. As an investor in your community and a consultant who works on potential investment projects in your community, we have a vested interest in these proceedings from a municipal planning and a municipal fiscal decision-making perspective. Most recently, our organization has worked within your community to provide to the Niagara Regional Police Services Board a site feasibility study and a request for proposal submission to successfully bring the future Niagara Regional Police Headquarters to Niagara Falls from St. Catharines. Our company was retained by the Mueller Group to promote Niagara Falls infrastructure, the capable planning and zoning process at the city, as well as the site put forth by the Mueller Group to satisfy the RFP criteria. Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing provides two municipalities the legislative and policy framework to enable efficient and effective municipal governments to support prosperous and safe communities. Standards are set by the province for many local services that municipalities provide, such as land use planning, rezoning processes, building regulation, and finally, fiscal responsibility. Members of council and local decision makers of a city must balance often the competing interests of individual property owners and developers with the wider interests of the community and the province as a whole when making decisions on municipal matters such as an official plan, zoning bylaw amendment, and the development process. A responsible decision-making process that clearly identifies municipal requirements and the approval process to achieve those requirements is of paramount importance to the public and to investors in your community. It provides transparency, indicates the prioritization of required services for the city, and provides order within the system, and prevents parties from jumping the queue when many citizens and groups are vying for limited resources that a city may have. This order of process and transparency helps eliminate allegations of unfairness in the community when entities do jump forward in the line ahead of other applications submitted by the city staff or the public. The June 13th, 2011 report presented by staff to council members concerning the proposal before us today provides a municipal perspective on the proposed project. I quote from that staff report, quote, "The indoor facility has not been identified in the strategic recreational plan, nor has any funding been set aside in the 5-year capital forecast for this project. By advancing this project, the city is committing to a project that would be delaying an identified project. By approving the zoning application before you this evening, I would caution council members that they're advancing this proposal at the expense of another community service or community group. Do we know who gets cut back or bumped at the back of the bus now? And more importantly, do these other facility users know that they will wait longer for their approved project based on the approval of this proposal before us? Have, for example, the rugby and football communities being contacted to let them know that their additional fields, although approved within the strategic recreational plan, may be delayed due to budgetary shortfalls, but that a new indoor soccer facility will be funded by contributing to that budget deficit, even though that it is not part of the recreational strategic plan. Has this transparency and notice been provided to the other affected groups? Recreational strategic plan plans help guide the creation of official plans and the zoning plans for a municipality. They determine the location of recreational facilities for transportation planning, service community planning, and provide information to the public in terms of their impacts to residential communities. Section 224 of the Municipal Act 2001 outlines the role of municipal councils. Amongst other requirements, it is the role of council in all matters, including zoning applications, to represent the public and to consider the well-being and the interests of the municipality. Section 224 also states that in its role of council to develop and evaluate programs in order to determine which services the municipality provides in all areas, including recreational services for its community. Policies and strategic plans provide for municipal direction and operations. A strategic recreational plan and a zoning bylaw are such plans and policy. It is no wonder that policy making is a key responsibility under Section 224 of the Municipal Act. These plans and policies can be considered an essential part of municipal governance. These documents look to the future, clearly setting out the municipality's vision and priorities. Becoming familiar with the municipality's strategic plan helps the public and investment community understand where a city is going and where its needs are. As municipal councillors, it is incumbent on you under the Municipal Act to become familiar with your municipality's strategic plan in an effective way of understanding both the organization and the broader environment in which you are asked to work. Your municipality's administrative, financial, and planning decisions should reflect and support the strategic plans. Decisions, both popular and unpopular, are more easily made when seen in the context of your municipality's broader long-term strategy. The plans provide a framework that encourages consistency in municipal decision-making among both councillors and staff. When developed with public input, the strategic plan represents a shared view of the municipality's future and encourages public commitment to achieving it. Therefore, how do we make a responsible decision this evening? Members of council and staff must balance the often competing interests of individual property owners with other affected parties. To meet and balance these demands, a municipality must manage its finances effectively. These fundamentals include effective cash management and budgeting systems. Budgets are powerful tools that a municipality uses to define the levels of municipal services and how revenues are to fund expenditures. Budgeting involves prioritizing projects, programs, and service levels in light of limited financial resources. So if we consider this proposal presented this evening in the light of the municipal context and a planning context, it is respectfully submitted that the zoning application should not be approved. It should not be approved because it does not meet the city's recreational strategic plan. The proposal does not meet the city's municipal budget plan. The proposal does not provide adequate transparency to other affected groups who have been waiting in line for other facilities. From a planning perspective, it does not meet the zoning requirements. It does not meet the parking requirements. It does not meet the side yard and front yard requirements. It does not meet the height requirements. It does not meet the density of use requirements. It does not yet meet traffic impact requirements, as a traffic study has yet to be commissioned. And in some cases, it does not even meet neighborhood approval and support. With respect to fire route requirements, that is still another issue that needs to be determined once the site plan application has been submitted. Respectfully, for the planning, zoning, and municipal requirements identified under the Municipal Act, I would ask that this proposal to rezone the subject lands be denied. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from councilors? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representatives. Okay, thank you. If you'd state your name and your address, please, Mr. Chamberlain.
Tim Chamberlain, president of Niagara Falls Soccer Club, 3770 Rolling Acres Drive, Niagara Falls, Ontario. I am asking council to approve this. I think we've got all of our so-called ducks in order now. Looking forward to moving this project ahead. I've got some people here because from what I understand, the last meeting that we had, an informal meeting, I was there to answer the local residents' questions and concerns. And unfortunately, I think the message was there was 20 people there. I think there was only around 7 or 8 local residents there. The rest were residents from either Hamilton or Ancaster, just to clarify that. So at this time, there was some misleading information regarding Fight Club Canada. Now, way back when I put in a letter of intent, I had definitely included minor football, minor baseball, Fight Club Canada, gymnastics. So I'd like to have someone come up forward, Matt Skinner, the president from Fight Club Canada. It's been a lot of misleading information on what these people do. And also Bill Irwin, former Olympian, resident Niagara Falls, and also Mike Strange, former Olympian of Niagara Falls.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Mr. Diodati and council members. I'd like to introduce ourselves. Again, I think it's been a lot of misleading information. We just want to present ourselves and take you on a virtual tour of our business and most of all, our family, because that's what we really are to each other. I think some of the concerns that the community was having was about, I guess, hooligan actions going on, fights going on, people's backyards, that kind of thing. Some of the stuff you might see on TV, you know, like the famous movie Fight Club, the movie that they have on TV there. So here we are. So before I introduce my coach, I'm going to introduce you to myself. My name is Matt Skinner. I want to operate Fight Club Canada. I did my university biology degree at University of Guelph. I continued to do my master's at Brock University, and which brought me to back to this area again. And I was playing pro lacrosse during this time until I wrecked my knees and landed into martial arts. So let me introduce our coaches, some of our coaches here. First off, we have Mike Strange, Niagara Falls resident, 3-time Olympian, who does our boxing and our kids programs. He works with Niagara Falls Junior Bees, conditioning with them. Then we have Billy Irwin, another Niagara Falls Olympian, or Niagara Falls resident, sorry, and Olympian. He got the IBO World Championship and the WBC World Championships under his belt. Now for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, on the left there, we have Vince Matei, who's our teacher. He won the Pan Ams, or a medalist at the Pan Ams, and a medalist in the Rio Open this year, actually. And then our Muay Thai program is led by Sid Barnier. He's a Canadian and World Muay Thai champion in the Cam Tao Association. And right now he's currently fighting in MMA across North America. So there's Big John McCarthy there holding up his hands as one of his last fights. As everyone could probably agree, is that, you know, you can be judged on the people you hang around with. So you're guilty by association most of the time, right? So what I'm proposing to you is you guys can't judge us until you see our members, okay? So our members, kids, we have over 100 kids under the age of 15. Our programs are designed to build self-confidence, leadership skills, listening skills, teamwork, and anti-bullying. And I have a contract, I think. Do you all have the contract? Anti-bullying contract? Yeah. Now this is a contract that we make all our kids sign. So we look down on this backyard bullying and fights and everything. I don't know if you guys have it? No? All right. Next. About 20 of our members are police officers. So if we were, you know, is what they're making us out to be, most of these police officers probably wouldn't be training at our club to learn self-defense for themselves when they're out on the streets and dealing with certain issues. There's James Levy, Jeremy Sills. Murray Hidday is actually now running the Port Colborne Police Department. Todd Anderson, a sergeant in St. Catharines. Where is it? Murray, Todd Anderson, Staff Sergeant Keegan. He's actually volunteering now with us for his police duties. You have to do so much hours of volunteer work, so he's wanting to do it at the Fight Club to work with our kids. Teachers in the community. A lot of them come to our club to train, just for health and fitness, not to go around beating people up. Again, you see pictures up there, Tanya Satano. She's here. She's going to say a little word for us, too. She's right there. Our newest program actually designed for we want to bring the elderly community in our place. So we're designing classes for their needs. And again, we do have the martial arts students, men, women, kids of all ages that are competing. These are the people that are working really hard, striving to make the Olympics. Other ones are just for exercise, fun, and it's a social meeting. Like I said, we've become a family. Everyone together now likes, they come and see what everyone's day is up to, just pop in at the gym. And then this is one of our things we're very proud of is our NHL players that we deal with. We have Cal Clutterbuck, one of the league's leading hitters in the league. He scored 20 goals last year. He's been coming to work with us. Zenon Konopka, another Niagara Falls ex-junior P player, who now plays in Ottawa. Kevin Dahlman, and we also work with the Niagara Falls Junior Bees in their conditioning. So community work. We work with Project Share for Christmas donations. Powerhouse Project, which is an organization made for kids where their parents have disabilities who can't take care of much. So the kids actually turned out to be the caregiver. So this is a program to allow the kids to be kids. We also worked with Niagara Health Systems and Child Care Services, where we had certain kids with disabilities come in and learn and get exercise. Co-op students from our surrounding high schools in Niagara College come to us every year. We have about 7 co-op students, and there's another letter in here from Greg Kelly, who gave us a letter of recommendation for us. And Heaters for Heroes Run, which was this year. It was the first time. It was a great turnout. Mike Strange and Billy had were part of it. They organized it pretty much. And all our kids came out and ran with us. So another big thing was the events that was noted in one of the protests that there's going to be drunk, belligerent people, watching little kids fight, and that's not really how it is at all. We are regulated by the Ontario government, so they're sanctioned. These are all kept in, within the rules. It's not crazy. Like I think they said it was from England or whatever that they watched. We do sell alcohol to raise money at the club, but we are within the AGCO standards and regulations. And along with that, Boxing Ontario also regulates that with the alcohol. As they see people getting out of control or whatever, they're asked to leave, and they get home safely. Our attendance is only around 200, and these are all family and friends supporting the place. It's not everyone coming and watch a big UFC event. And it's usually over about 10 o'clock, and it only happens about 4 times a year. So our mission is to take pride in providing our customers with consistency, the utmost and highest standards of service, which is geared toward the individuality of each student. FCC realizes that each student is an individual with varied physical abilities and fitness levels, regardless of age and gender. Therefore, students are encouraged to excel within their own personal abilities. FCC's commitment to you is to help each other and every student reach their fullest potential. So in conclusion, I look forward to being part of this new venture, and I hope that our little tour relieves some of the misconceptions about our company here. But this is what we're not. This is FCC. Bunch of kids learning self-defense, adults learning how to compete to make their goal to the Olympics. Okay, not on the right there, FCC or Fight Club from the movie where everyone's just getting around beating each other up. So.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of council? Any councilors had any questions for the FCC guys? No, we're good? We're good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. I was a little apprehensive at first. I went into Fight Club, and I actually sat back and watched and seen what they'd done there. As I walked in there, I've been volunteering my time in this community, coaching kids for over 25 years. My father's well respected in this community, over 45 years. between the two of us, 70 years of volunteering for children in the community. I walk into Fight Club Canada and I see kids that are playing soccer, kids that are playing hockey, kids that are playing baseball. Beautiful idea of bringing the community and all these children under one roof with an educational component. It was just a win-win situation for the whole community and these kids. I also heard a lot of rumors about it's just taxpayers' dollars and this and that. Well, we've purchased the land. We're making our tax payments on the land. We've had a gentleman go out and do a traffic study, which the Niagara Falls Soccer Club is paying for. Soil testing study, Niagara Falls Soccer Club is paying for. We're not trying to burden the taxpayers in this community. Actually, 50 years this coming season will be the A.C. Douglas. 50 years of bringing dollars into this community for a soccer tournament. At this time, I'd like to bring Nick Palumbo up here. Nick? Speak a little bit on some of the concerns from the residents were about the traffic. So if you wouldn't mind coming up here. I know we've had a report done. If there's any questions or concerns regarding the traffic from anyone.
Do you have a presentation, or you just want to entertain any questions
Do you
we may
wanna
have?
speak on behalf of the traffic study?
Well, we've submitted a traffic study to the city, which is being reviewed, so it might be premature to actually
Okay.
speak to the study. The city hasn't provided comments yet, but if there are any questions about traffic, we have completed a study, and I can try to answer those.
Okay. Any questions from the Alex, did you want to comment?
Yes, Your Worship. Our staff received that report last week, and so it is being reviewed internally, but it would be part of what we're recommending here, that any of the concerns or recommendations of that traffic report would be part of the site plan process.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I think we're good for now then.
Okay.
Mr. Plumbo, thank you.
And just so the local residents know, I talked to a few of them, and we're definitely want to keep a working relationship with the community. We have been doing that for 51 years with the city of Niagara Falls. A lot of misleading information again. I don't know where they're getting it from, that we're going to be running 24 hours around the clock, tearing Kerr Park apart, all of that. You know as well as I do that that's absolutely false. So if there's any questions from council at
Any
this time.
questions from council of the applicant? I think we're good.
Okay.
So does that conclude your presentation, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah?
John, that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Gates?
Okay. I have a couple for you, Tim.
Sure.
And I know the boxing guys quite well
Yep.
over the years. I don't know the guy in the middle. He looks more like a football player than a boxer, but he's a pretty big guy. Tim, just on the traffic study, it's not in our package. We'll be getting that at a later date, obviously. I think that's probably what Alex had said. Just wanted to know on the clinic, the retail store, and the restaurant.
Yeah.
And I think that's where some of the concerns are coming from the community. Are they a not-for-profit or a profit corporations that are going in there?
First of all, it's not a restaurant. It's just a cafeteria,
whatever
like
it
a
is.
snack bar kind of area to serve the patrons. The clinic, actually, every center that I've gone to, even the Ontario Soccer Association, they've actually got a clinic inside there that will service all the kids that are members of that facility. That is definitely will be for a profit. Obviously, we've got an orthoscopic surgeon that is willing to come in. Dan Pereira, who's the head of injury prevention and rehab. So we're looking at those two gentlemen. And the pro shop was the third question?
Well, I've got, again, I'm going off our documentation that was provided to me, obviously, by staff.
Yep.
I've got it written down as a retail store
No, absolutely not.
and a restaurant, and that's kind of what's in. I took
No,
out
there's
our
no
report,
retail
so-
store and there's no restaurant. It's more of a snack bar.
Okay, so the restaurant is not, it's not a restaurant, it's just a cafeteria where you can get,
Correct.
okay. Will that be run by the soccer club, or is that run by an individual business?
There hasn't been anything confirmed yet. We are possibly looking at tendering that out, or we're going to run it ourselves as we do the one at Mitchelson Park right now.
Okay, on the business plan, and I think that's one of the things, and I'm not speaking for any other councilor, I'm going to speak for myself. That was requested back in June, I think June 13th. And it's my understanding from, again, the documentation that I have here today, that hasn't been provided yet. And a suggestion would be is that we get that into us as quick as possible. I understand you're trying to do expand the facility from where we were on June 13th, because at that time it was just going to be an indoor soccer facility. Now it's going to be a clinic. We're going to have the boxing guys boxing as well. So you're obviously expanding it. But I think the business plan is extremely important, I believe, for the rest of the council. And I think that's one thing that, if I can give you some advice, obviously, is to get that in as quick as possible. And the other thing that's been raised and is a concern, and I did attend the public meeting, as you're aware of. I was there. I listened to the residents. And one of the questions was asked, and I believe one of the councilors raised it as well, was on the P3 funding, that everything has to be tendered. So that's obviously a concern. I don't know if you want to address that or not, Timmy, but you can if you like. So there's just a couple things. I think the business plan's an important thing. I think it's important to clear up what the clinic's going to be, whether it's a not-for-profit or a profit. So I appreciate you guys coming again, but there are a couple of concerns that I think not only do I have, I think the residents have, but I think the community has as well. So I wanted to raise them with you while you're here, rather than second or third-hand information that I was raising them outside to Jim or to one of our staff. I think they're important, particularly the business plan.
Okay, a couple of those questions I can respond to now. When I first sent in a direct letter of intent, there was a list of all the user groups that would be occupying this facility. Minor baseball, minor football, Fight Club Canada, all that information was submitted a long time ago, so it's not like I'm just bringing all of these new people in to this facility now and dropping this on council. Everyone, I believe, has been fully aware of the different user groups that will be coming into this facility. Regarding the funding, I came here tonight to speak on behalf of a zoning and was really never prepared to talk and get into any greater
Let me jump in,
depth of
Mr. Chairman.
funding.
You're right, because that is the focus. This is
thought
a
it was
zoning
two
meeting.
separate
It's not.
issues.
They are two separate issues. So this is zoning. I think maybe just the council want to throw some suggestions out to you for when you come back.
Sure.
And you don't need to address them at this point, because you're right. This is about its zoning merits. So if there's any other questions, Councilor, we've got Councilor Peter Angelo waiting as well.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Worship, I was kind of wondering what the relevance was about it was as well. I mean, but even if it is for profit, I mean, we do have for-profit entities inside of the McBain Center, and whereas the rest of the McBain Center doesn't pay taxes, the for-profit entity would pay taxes. I would imagine that anything similar to this would be the exact same that we already do.
Yeah.
Would it not? I mean, could we ask someone from finance or our CAO if this is correct?
Yes, certainly in the McBain Center, even though the city owns the facility, we have had leases from groups that don't qualify for a tax exemption, and it does generate taxable assessment. And this type of situation would, again, this is one of the things that I think we're going to work out through reviewing some of the documents that have been provided that we're going to be coming back to council with as to what that would be. But again, the determination of that would come from MPAC, would be the ultimate body that would determine whether the assessment, if the property would generate a taxable assessment or not.
So, Your Worship, if I could just go on, I mean, if a nonprofit organization wants to operate a canteen, then the funds that they raise are going to go back into their own programming, so they're not going to pay taxes on that space. But if they choose to actually lease it out and get revenue from it, then it becomes taxable, right? I mean, that's pretty black and white.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Councilor Inoue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to support Councillor Gates. I think we've had a number of times that we've had the opportunity to ask for a business plan. We've been told repetitively that it is coming. I don't know when a better place is than in a public meeting to continue to ask that. I'm not going to call Mr. Chamberlain on the telephone. I'm going to ask in my role as a counselor in this forum. So to me, the business plan and the potential 3P funding is important to me as to whether I'd support this. I rather think this is premature if we still don't have those things, because to get funding to build this entity that we're going to pass here, you have to have a business plan for the government, you have to have a business plan for the bank, and I'd assume you have to have a business plan for the city. So to me, there's no stupid question to ask in here. We need to know so we know how we're going to vote.
And you're right, but tonight, just to remind councillors, this is just about the zoning. This isn't about the $1 million. So we just want to make sure that on its planning merits, does it pass the test? And, we've got a recommendation from staff here tonight, and if there's any other questions of Mr. Chamberlain, well, we've got him up here, and we can put it to a vote of council. We've had the chance for the public. This is for the council. Okay? So there's no other questions for Mr. Chamberlain? All right, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. No further submissions, either for or against, will be allowed in the public gallery. We would ask, is there a motion from one of the members of council tonight? Councillor Iannone?
I need to ask a question again. Should we pass this and they don't get their funding and they don't get their 3P, is that property then zoned for that for somebody else to come in and do it?
Maybe we get a comment from Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, it would be, but I would advise council, the property is already zoned open space. We're not dealing with the use. The use is permitted already. It's how the property sits on that site. And so any other new use that would come in there, an open space use, as long as it meets the regulations that we're about to set up tonight. So it's the extra height, it's the setbacks, it's the off-site parking. That's what the council is dealing with.
Thank you. Councillor Iannone, yeah?
So I want to go back to, if this doesn't get built, can somebody else come in with a development that gets those exemptions that we've passed here tonight, or would they have to come back to us again?
Mr. Hurlovich?
They would get those exemptions.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion from one of the councillors? Councillor Peter Angelo.
I guess by default. I mean, in looking at the application, Your Worship, I think originally part of the parking was proposed to be on the hydro land. I think it alleviated a lot of the concerns when they actually took the parking from that hydro land, made it mostly on site, and then put the rest of it across the street from Kerr Park. I think it will enhance Kerr Park parking if anyone's been over there. I mean, it's a gravel lot. They have to oil spray it in the summertime. A lot of people don't like driving their cars on like that. Your Worship, I see nothing wrong with the recommendation that's on the floor. Planning staff approves of it, and I would move the motion.
Yeah, we have a motion by Councillor Peter Angelo. Support the recommendations. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, a very interesting meeting, to say the least. First of all, the first presenter, I'd like to ask the solicitor, does the council have the right and authority to deal with this application in spite of all of the sections of the Municipal Act that we heard about?
Well, I don't see that there's any restraint put on you by any of the comments provided, no.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. That was my feeling and understanding. Certainly, I would like to have seen a business plan. I think they usually go hand in hand with this type of application. But I think that the property has been purchased. The volunteers have come together and expanded even on their original development, which I like. In fact, I think one of the pictures in there might have been my daughter kicking the bag in the boxing club, which, and she's not a young person either. So I think this is a great application. I think it's going to add to the resources within this community for young people, and I just wish the applicants good luck in their P3 funding, because I think that's the key to make it all happen. So I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Carrier.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support the motion. Maybe the proponent needs to have the zoning in place in order to lock up his tenants in order to fulfill his business plan.
And finances.
Fair comment? Are there any other comments from council? Okay. Councillor Wing?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I will support the motion. I still disagree with giving municipal funding for this when it wasn't identified in the recreational strategic plan. However, separating that matter from the planning matter, I don't have a problem with the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? All right, then we will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. We'll just take a minute and let you guys clear out before we deal with the next matter. Hey, listen, that was my bedroom for a few weeks. It's very sentimental. Councillor Maves?
While they're clearing out, I do have a conflict on the Fireman's Park issue. My lot butts onto the neighboring street the park is on, so I want to declare a conflict on that.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. A lot of people.
Bring one way out and another way
I'm
comes.
telling you, we're turning admission. All right, we'll get started. I would now ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to redevelop a gas bar with an expanded list of permitted uses at 7537 Thorlstone Road. Notice was given by first-class mail on Friday, September 12th. In accordance with the Planning Act and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Mr. Hulovich if he would now give us an update on the bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Most people would recognize this property as Scales Gas Bar on Thorlstone Road between between Montrose Road and the QEW. This application involves two parcels of land. One is the vacant parcel of land at the corner of Montrose and Thorlstone. The other one is the existing gas bar property. South of the site are commercial uses. Kitty corner from the property is the Canadian Tire gas bar, and on the west and north sides of this property are other commercial type uses. The proposal is to rezone the property to address some site-specific regulations. The whole of the property is currently zoned automotive service commercial. So the applicant is looking to redevelop the two sites as one, and so he requires special permission to increase the height of the canopy over the gas pumps. That's the large black square in the middle, from 5 meters up to 5.5 meters. Looking to reduce the setback for the gas pumps on the north side from 6 meters down to 4.5 meters, and to provide two car stacking spaces for the manual car washes. car wash bays rather than 4 as required by the bylaw. So the site is basically that there are 4 manual car wash bays. There would be a building that would provide a convenience store and other kind of related uses for the automotive service station. The large black box in the middle is the gas pump island, and then there's a proposal to have a automatic car wash as well, and that's the black box on the left side or the west side of the screen. You can see the stacking lane for the cars. The applicant is asked to add some additional uses to the property, and in addition to those setbacks that I mentioned, they wish to develop a new automotive gas bar, car wash, and ancillary uses. The expanded range of uses would allow some alternatives to a convenience store. The official plan has designated this land as major commercial. It's part of the Northwest Retail District, and that permits a wide range of retail uses in the area. The lands I mentioned are at the intersection. They are identified in the official plan for automotive service commercial uses. The automotive service station permits gas bars, and that because of the significant amount of paved area, landscaping should be increased to compensate for that. The proposal complies with the official plan. It's designated major commercial. It's adjacent to the Mount Carmel Center, and so therefore would develop with complementary uses to the commercial activities in the area, and the expanded range of commercial uses are complementary to that district. The applicant has illustrated landscaping around the perimeter of the site. However, most of that would probably be gobbled up by a road widening that's been requested by the region. Go back. The zoning on the property, as I mentioned, is automotive service station, so it already permits the automotive service center, the gas bar, the car wash. The owner wishes to redevelop this site. He also has asked, in addition to the typical uses, that he be allowed an ancillary convenience store. This is typically found at most gas bars nowadays. As well, he wishes to add some additional uses such as bake shop, beer or wine store, personal service shop, retail store, sightseeing, tourist information, car truck rental establishment, bank or trust company, office, restaurant, service shop, used car lot. So this building that I pointed out next to the manual car wash could be divided to accommodate not just the convenience store but any of these other uses as well, and those are all uses that are found in the zoning on adjacent lands. The requested uses are appropriate. They would be fairly small in scale and would complement the automotive uses. The applicant has asked for the change in development standards. I've already mentioned what those are in terms of gas pump setback, height, and the number of queuing spaces for the cars in front of the manual car wash. The region has concerns about the way in which the intersection is operating. They state that it's over capacity, and therefore they're seeking a traffic and safety impact study, a functional design study, and they've asked that there be a holding provision placed on the lands until that study is done. They've also requested an additional road widening to accommodate any future road allowances and possible turning lanes as a result of those studies that they're asking for. Those studies any of those requirements would be part of the site plan agreement, which is the next planning stage should we get through the zoning section. Usually we have conclusions. Here they are. So the conclusions, we've concluded that the application does conform with the official plan, that the development will complement the Mount Carmel Center. The landscaping would meet the official plan requirements, except for the fact that we likely will lose it through the road widenings, and we could try and achieve some additional landscaping through the site plan process, but it wouldn't likely be part of the zoning requirements. And as we pointed out, the region is asking for a holding symbol to be applied to those lands. Staff is recommending that council approve the application as submitted for the changes in those regulations, as well as adding the expanded range of permitted uses. And the second recommendation would be that there be a holding symbol placed on the land to address the region's requirements. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Ilovich. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Carey.
Thank you, Your Worship. The H pad, or the H holding that we put on because of the region. So what if it comes back that the corner's overbuilt? Why would we stop Mr. Gale from redoing his station? If the corner's already overbuilt and the traffic study comes back and says the corner's overbuilt.
Yeah, so what is happening is the region wants to use that as a, I'm going to call it a negotiating tool. So if there was a holding symbol on there, the owner couldn't proceed with redeveloping his land until the holding symbol was lifted, and the region would use that time to negotiate an additional widening. If I click back.
Yeah, and otherwise
to the site plan.
Otherwise do what they do to the rest of us and try and steal his land.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other questions of council? Okay. Seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant that would like to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here other than the applicant that would like to speak to this issue? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his representatives. If you'd please step up and speak. Easy for me to say. State your name and your address, please.
My name is John Broderick. I'm counsel for Gales Gas Bar and have been for at least 40 years. So I'm well familiar with this parcel of land. It's been under consideration to rezone this for a number of years, but over the last 2 or 3, it's been a very concentrated effort, and a great deal of work has gone into the proposal that is before you today. Mr. Ganu of Taro has been working extensively on the project and have been working with members of staff in connection with developing the proposal that is before you now. I think that we, after great effort, have before you a plan that would be a far greater improvement than we presently have there. It will make full use of the property and will make it an attractive corner. I'm not going to go into all of the background of the proposal. I'll try to be as brief as possible. We undoubtedly agree with the recommendation of the Planning Department. However, I have a great deal of concern about the H, which will deliver us into the hands of the region. If you could you show that the plan? That's it. The one before that one. That one right there. Now, at one point in time, the region in fact owned that corner, the parcel to the west. They acquired it in the morning and they sold it in the afternoon. They acquired it in the morning and they, from Imperial Oil, sold it in the afternoon to Branscombe, and we ultimately bought it from Mr. Branscombe. When they acquired the parcel, there was additional lands to all around it. The best way, I think, of showing these are rather crude. They're actual plans, but what we have here and I have a number of them, and I don't know whether everybody wants to see them or not. Thank you. This plan indicates, and if I could move to the the wall, that when the region sold a piece of property, they acquired land that went around and tied into this boundary right here. And at the time, they took off something in the neighborhood of 3 meters all the way around, all down Mount Rose, along Thorstone Road, and daylighted the triangle. That's been done. They have that now. They took that off when they sold the land to Branscombe. As part of the proposal, Gales have always agreed that they would extend the Thorstone Road boundary that appears on the westerly piece right over to the eastern boundary. And that will give the municipality the lands that it needs or requested for a sidewalk. And that was held up as a result of the divider going in Thorstone Road along our Thorstone Road frontage that cut off all left-in turns out of that site. So that we're now left with a situation that we only have right in and right off on Thorstone Road, and access to Mount Rose will give us the exit. The region has asked for an additional 3 meters, that is another 10 feet, all the way around the site. If that happens, it will change the whole layout of the interior of the plan, because we're going to be squeezed by a 10-foot diminishing boundary all the way around. And this plan simply wouldn't work. Also, the regional official plan, as it now reads and sits, states that the maximum width of Thorstone Road, ultimate maximum width, would be 90 feet. It is now 100 feet in the area on the west side, and we will give you the additional footage on the other side to match it up, so that in its own official plan, the ultimate size or width of Thorstone Road in this area is 90 feet. You'll have 100. So I'm asking you to approve the rezoning and to eliminate the requirement of the holding on it. We, of course, will have to enter into a site plan agreement with the municipality, and I will have no difficulty satisfying the municipality with respect to those provisions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Broderick from members of council? Yeah, Councillor Maves?
I have a question, not for Mr. Broderick, but Mr. Hurlovich. If we eliminate the H symbol there, it would still have to be approved by the region eventually anyway, would it not?
That's correct, through the site plan process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from Mr. Broderick? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Broderick. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. I'd look for a motion. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I just want to say how impressed I am with the plan that is being submitted there. I think that the uses are all uses that are certainly needed in that section, a busy section of the city. And I can see that taking another 3 meters beyond what has already been taken would sabotage the whole plan there and make it impossible to do. I like what I see, and I think that it's very easy for me to make a motion to approve the development and to hell with the H.
Is that all in the motion, Councillor? Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Ioannoni. Is there any other comments to my former apartment? 10 minute tent. Remember, that's where we lived. We spent some memorable time there.
I kind of like that station the way it is.
So if there's no further comment, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I'd like to ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw for proposed changes to parking requirements in the Clifton Hill Falls View tourist areas. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 2nd, 2011. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their right to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Arafita. Now I ask Mr. Hurlovich, Director of Planning, to lead us.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is a city-initiated application to change the parking requirements for the tourist commercial core. That's the area with 420 Robert Street at the north. The hydro corridor just west of Stanley Avenue as the western boundary, Livingston as being the southern boundary, and then basically the top of the moraine or slope that's just above Queen Victoria Park as being the easterly boundary. So basically the limit of the Niagara Parks Commission lands. The proposal is one that the official plan provides for an opportunity for us to introduce some site-specific recommendations. As well, we're introducing some policies that would allow for 3 different alternatives as to how we would calculate those parking requirements, and we would clarify when and how they could be amended. As well, we'd have to change the zoning. The zoning for that would represent a decrease in parking for most of the ancillary and similar type uses in that area, the restaurants, retail stores, theaters, ancillary retail, conference, restaurant space would all be experience reductions. The parking requirements for hotels and motels by the new standards would have an increase. As well, we're looking to expand the exemption area for existing buildings along Victoria Avenue, and then there would be, should council go along with those recommendations, there would be a need for a housekeeping matter to rectify some off-site parking affecting a Centre Street property. There were a number of public meetings. The city initiated a study called the Tourist Area Parking Demand Study. The consultant held a number of public meetings, including one in June of 2009, another in July of 2010. We then combined those meetings and that report into a study in the planning department. We held our own public meeting, or open house rather, on June the 21st. We had 9 representatives attend. The owners questioned how the new zone provisions would be implemented. They expressed concerns that the recommendations that would be that there would be only 2 bus parking spaces substituted for hotels and motels, subject to the new higher standards. They would like to have up to 5 bus substitutions. They had concern as well about not being able to submit further parking demand studies. That those uses were part of the city-initiated study. We did explain that this was a comprehensive review, so that therefore these were the most current standards available, but they could still submit parking demand studies for uses that were not studied. And as well, the those in attendance at the open house in June expressed concern to have the parking exemption that exists on Ferry Street extended along Victoria Avenue to up as far as Robert Street. The provincial policy statements do call for strong economies in communities, and certainly this proposal would help achieve sustainable tourism and economic vitality in the Clifton Hill and Fallsview tourist districts. The official plan provides that the city can review the parking requirements in the Central Tourist District by parking demand study. This study was done, initiated by the city, and would fulfill that requirement of the official plan. The study found that visitors park once and then make frequent stops by walking through the Central Tourist District. The proposed policies would allow the establishment of separate parking requirements for the Clifton Hill and Fallsview district, different from the rest of the city. Again, the qualities that we find in the Central District are quite different than we find elsewhere in our other commercial districts. The property owners would be given an opportunity to use either the current requirements under bylaw 79-200, a number that we're familiar with because we deal with that all the time, or they could have the proposed parking requirements introduced by this ACOM study, or they could have the site-specific zone requirements that are currently applying to their lands. Boy, there's a lot of text here. Anyway, the proposed policies would also prohibit the submission of a parking demand study. I mentioned that, although they could submit parking demand studies for uses that were not studied. We did examine, or the city did examine, extending the parking exemption along Victoria Avenue back in 1979. 1980. It was never implemented through zoning. I can't explain that. It just did not occur. We did have a student working for us this summer. She went out and did an inventory, a survey of businesses along Victoria Avenue from the parking exemption. That's about Four Brothers Restaurant at the intersection of Ellen and Victoria, where it changes to Ferry, all the way back to Robert Street. Basically what she found was that the hotels and motels were providing the parking that was required either on-site or off-site. However, the restaurants, souvenir stores, and attractions had little or no parking spaces provided on-site. We are recommending that the parking exemption be extended on Schedule 2. It's the next slide here. So basically, as I mentioned, from about Four Brothers Restaurant along Victoria Avenue through the depth of that block to Ellen Avenue, all the way up to Robert Street, 420, would all be recommended as part of the exemption. The traffic and parking do have some concerns with that. That wasn't studied as part of the parking demand study, and they are concerned that by exempting parking we could create a possible shortfall in the future once redevelopment occurs, and we could be setting a precedent for other areas. So Clifton Hill might seek to be exempt from that, not just Victoria Avenue. Fallsview Boulevard could start to request similar things. We'd have to examine that as we examined Victoria Avenue this summer. Planning staff is also proposing that that exemption apply only to the existing floor area, so that people who wish to develop would then be allowed to redevelop their site, but the amount of the exemption would only be for the floor area that exists at the time this bylaw would be passed. The zoning bylaw, the area is predominantly tourist commercial. There are a number of properties that have site-specific regulations. The amendment is not to change any of the land uses, it's only to change the parking ratios for certain tourist commercial uses. The property owners would have the option of using either the current parking standard, that's the standard under 79-200. I'll maybe give an explanation of that in a minute. They would have a second option, which would be to use the proposed new parking standards that would be introduced by our parking demand analysis. And the third option would be any properties that have site-specific parking requirements could retain those. The parking requirement for a restaurant or meeting room that's ancillary to a hotel would be calculated only for seating beyond 300 seats and for meeting rooms above 1,400 square meters. The 1,400 square meters is about 14,000 square feet for each of those rooms. So a hotel could have, for instance, 3 restaurants, 300 seats, and not have to provide any parking for that, which under the current bylaw they would have to provide parking. Similar meeting rooms, they could have 3 meeting rooms of 14,000 square feet and not have to provide any parking for those, whereas under the current standards they have to provide parking. So the chart is the one that's before you. What we're calling option 1 is the current standards of 79-200. These were the standards that the ACOM study looked at and suggested did not reflect current conditions, and they recommended the change as shown in option 2. So you can see that the hotel and motel requirements would actually increase. So where basically a hotel provides half a parking space for every room in a hotel, they'd now have to, under the option 2 requirements, provide 1 parking space for every 1 1/4 rooms. A motel right now, under the current zoning, provides 1 parking space for 1.3 rooms. Under the new regulations, it would be 1 parking space for every 1 1/4 rooms. But by allowing the landowner to select either option 1 or option 2, by selecting option 1, they're not penalized. Those are the standards they developed under. Those are the standards that would continue to apply to their property, but they would have to pick everything from column 1 under option 1. So if they pick a hotel with 1 parking space for 2 rooms, their restaurant is going to have to provide 1 parking space for every 10 seats in the restaurant. If they have meeting space, a hotel typically does, they would have to provide 1 parking space for every 5.5 square meters of assembly space, and so on down through the list. So should they have a retail store in their hotel, they have to provide parking. Option 2, while it does increase the amount of parking for the hotel rooms, they actually wouldn't have to provide any parking if their restaurants are under 300 seats. And if they do have more than 300 seats, the parking ratio is actually less. It's 1 space per 15 seats as opposed to 1 space per 10 seats. So actually large hotels which have large areas of restaurants, meeting space and so on, the Hilton would be an example, would actually fare better under the option 2 requirements. A motel like the Motel 6, for instance, that doesn't have meeting space, doesn't have a restaurant, they'd actually be better off, under the current option 1 requirements, 1 parking space per 1.3. But that would be their choice to be able to do that. And then there are some some hotels, such as the Marriott Courtyard, which has the keg. That has a parking exemption right now, so they don't have to provide parking for their for their restaurant. So they too would be better off with their site-specific parking standard rather than option 1 or option 2. So we're basically giving the development community 3 options for their parking requirements. So a museum that, let's say, Sour Drugs changed from a restaurant or a retail store rather to a museum. Under the current specifications, they'd have to provide 1 space per 500 square meters, but it would be to their advantage to pick option 2, which would be 1 space per 150 square meters. So they're actually much better off. They provide less parking. So for redevelopment, option 2 probably would serve the development community better. For small developments, option 1 is probably better, but each developer will sit with them, and our business owner will sit with them and help them select. Again, most of this is what I was just reviewing. Because the new hotel parking spaces are higher than the old standards, We did propose, or the consultant proposed, that they would allow one bus parking space for up to 20 regular car parking spaces, up to a maximum of 2 buses. So instead of providing 40 parking spaces for cars at a hotel, they could provide 2 bus parking spaces. So actually, one of the motels that exists there could probably put a second floor on their motel and provide only 2 bus parking spaces rather than a full expansion of their parking lot. So because the developer or the landowner actually has an opportunity to select various options, while the tourist community has asked for more than 2 bus parking spaces, we don't actually believe it's necessary. If they pick the current standards, they're no worse off than they are today. As well, there would be grandfathered parking spaces. So some businesses, for instance, might be required to provide 30 parking spaces. They might have only 20 parking spaces on site. So they're grandfathered for those 10 missing spaces. So should they develop, they would have the opportunity to grandfather those 30 parking spaces into their new development. So if the new development was 50 parking spaces, they'd be grandfathered for 30. They'd have to provide 20 additional parking spaces. So in actual fact, they'd provide 40 where 50 would be required. Because we're recommending this parking exemption between Victoria and Ellen Avenues extending up to Robert Street, if that was to occur, there is one property at 5609 Ellen Avenue that's tied to 5020 Center Street for off-site parking. That would become redundant, and we could remove that provision if that was if the parking exemption is extended. So basically, what we're saying is that the bylaw standards are 30 years old. It's time to update them. We do think that most people will find option 2 to their advantage in redevelopment. Those who aren't going to redevelop have the choice of maintaining their current standards, whether they're 79-200 or site-specific standards. While we're not recommending any further parking demand analysis for uses that were already studied, they could actually study a use that wasn't already included in the study. The offices, for instance, was not part of the study, and so if someone wanted to put an office building there and wanted to demonstrate a different parking standard, they could do a parking demand study. We're recommending that we eliminate the requirement for parking along Victoria Avenue, as I've outlined. I mentioned the dissolving the marriage between the Ellen Street property and Center Street property, and anyway, we believe that the extension of the parking standards should be brought forward along Victoria Avenue. What we're actually recommending is that council, because most of these standards are new to people, as I said, that we had only 9 representatives at our open house in June. What we really want to do is use this opportunity tonight to introduce these new standards to the community, receive any public input, give the businesses a chance to write in with their comments or concerns, and then we'll bring those back to council at a future meeting with the recommended zoning approach. And it would give us a chance to work with our traffic and parking division as well. So those are the highlights, but there's no decision that needs to be made, just receive comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. If we have any questions, Mr. Hurlovich. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, probably the reason for only 9 people showed up. We've been dealing with this for how many years, and everybody's been over it a half a dozen times, and I thought we were going to be dealing with it tonight, but we're going to defer it back, and I understand the representative from the BIAs is here to make sure that it goes back to the stakeholders again. The bus parking, you're recommending 2. The general consensus is if you got a 1,000-room hotel, there should be a scale or some flexibility with respect to that. Have you softened your stance on that at this point?
We haven't, because the bus parking was to accommodate the higher standard under option 2, So what we've done is we've allowed them to use the old 79-200 standard. So in actual fact, if they built their hotel and met 79-200 today, they're no worse off than they were. So basically, the parking exemption or the bus substitution was because the hotel count was going up for the number of parking spaces.
Is this a big issue for planning as far as the parking is concerned, the number of bus spaces?
Well, what is the bigger issue
What's the detriment?
is that 5 bus parking spaces means that we're actually going to lose 200 parking spaces, or sorry, that was not right, 100 parking spaces, and so therefore 100 parking spaces from every hotel site in the height of tourist season means those cars are going to be looking for parking somewhere. Not everybody arrives in buses in the height of the summer.
But, everybody's in business and they're going to adapt to whatever is necessary. If they got 5 buses, then they can utilize them, but they still have to have other car parking there to look after their business. So they're going to adjust that one way or the other. I don't think it's a big deal to increase the number of bus parking. In fact, hopefully, that's the mode of travel in the future that's going to increase. But the other thing, the submission of a traffic study or a parking study, not a traffic study, parking study. If somebody wants to go to the trouble to do that, to justify something in the future, are you saying you're not going to look at that, or you don't want to see that? I know you don't want to go through any more parking studies, but if somebody out of desperation wants to do that and submit it, what's the problem?
Well, we thought we were doing this comprehensive review because we were allowing parking demand studies, and then each hotelier, as they redeveloped, came in and said, "I've got to pay $10,000 for a parking demand study. There's got to be a better way. Why do I have to pay?" So they would do the individual study, and so they were spending money, and what they were doing was examining some uses immediately around them. What we did was we said, rather than everybody spend their money, we're going to take some study money, do a study comprehensively, look at the whole of the tourist core, and basically these represent the current standards. So in most cases, the parking has actually gone down.
I like the idea of no parking study. I think everybody generally is very happy about not spending money for a parking study. However, if somebody wants to justify a project, is there any reason why they couldn't, on their own, submit a parking study?
Oh,
that's all.
Yeah, we think we did a comprehensive review, and I think it's the most accurate.
Yeah. Anyway, it can all be handled in one motion anyway. And you say you're in agreement with extending the no parking provision from Four Brothers down to Robert Street?
That's correct. Planning supports that position for the existing floor areas. So.
Okay. All right. I'll wait till the solicitor makes her comments.
Okay. Just by a show of hands, how many people in the gallery are here to speak to this proposal? Just 2? Okay, great. Well, why don't you work your way up here one at a time, and then we'll hear your proposal, your comments. Ladies first? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff. I would like to begin tonight by advising that I represent 3 clients: the Fallsview BIA, the Victoria Centre BIA, and Canadian Niagara Hotels. Although their interests in these applications have common goals and objectives, there are some differences, and therefore I would like to address these concerns individually and very briefly. Obviously, Councillor Thompson has been attending a lot of the same meetings that I've been attending and is quite aware of the concerns of the 2 BIAs and has voiced them quite clearly tonight. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend staff in having held numerous meetings with the public and with myself and with my clients while I represented these clients, and for having listened to our concerns and for having taken these matters back to the proverbial drawing board. The report that you have before us tonight has come a long way since we started these matters back in 2009. However, it is my client's positions that there's still a little bit of room for a little bit more improvement, and I believe this drawing board needs to be revisited, and I think that once we revisit, I think we can come back and hopefully hold hands and have a very amicable report. I have read the staff report, but given the very short time constraints between the time of issuance of the report to the public and tonight, I obviously have not been able to obtain the instructions from the two BIAs with respect to the new proposal enunciated within the report, and that is basically the expansion of the exemption for parking spaces for certain uses along Victoria Avenue. Although I believe this would be quite acceptable to the members of the Victoria Centre BIA, I really don't know where the members of the Fallsview BIA sit with that. They may accept that as being acceptable for them, or they may want to see those same additional exemptions added to that area, because those two areas were both studied in the 2005 ACOM study. Furthermore, as Councillor Thompson has indicated, there are two main concerns with the report that are still present with my clients, and that would be, why should parking space exemptions for the provision of bus parking be limited to only 2 bus parking spaces, especially for the larger hotels? The requests of these clients to staff have always been, why can't they be prorated for increased parking space exemptions for hotels in excess of 200 rooms? So, for example, a hotel containing 300 rooms or more should be permitted to have up to 3 bus parking related exemptions. A hotel containing 400 rooms should be permitted to have up to 4 bus parking related exemptions, and a hotel containing 500 rooms or more should be permitted to have up to 5 bus parking related exemptions with a cap at 5. I believe that was a fair compromise for my clients, especially in the Fallsview BIA district, where there are several hotels with in the neighborhood of 500 plus rooms. The other concern is with the inability to present future parking demand studies through an application to amend the zoning bylaw, and being forced to address these future concerns through applications to amend the official plan. Much more onerous, much more difficult. If the particular proponent would prefer to spend and it's much more than $10,000 to obtain these parking demand studies, but if the proponent, the specific proponent, would like to spend those funds to obtain a study which would coincide with any kind of future project, why should that proponent be hindered from doing so and have to go through an official plan process? I believe that more time is needed for these two BIAs to review these new recommendations, and I can then obtain their final input and report back to Mr. Hurlovich and, of course, back to you in a future public meeting. With respect to the issues and concerns of Canadian Niagara hotels, I must stress that the zoning provisions related to these lands owned by this client are very unique and rather complex, because they are currently governed partially by the zoning bylaw of 1955 and partially by 79-200. To my knowledge, it's the only property in the tourist commercial areas of Niagara Falls that are still governed by the 1955 zoning bylaw. I've only been recently retained by this client and therefore cannot address any of their concerns tonight. I'm very hopeful, however, that by meeting with my client and Mr. Hurlovich and members of his staff, that we will be able to address all of their concerns and come back with hopefully a final report that is favorable to all parties concerned. Given the time constraints, we were hoping that we could come back to council and we would ask for your deferral of this matter tonight to December the 12th. If that's too soon, we can then December the 12th defer it again, but we were hoping that December the 12th would be the appropriate date. And I'm also very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Ms. Gilberti? None? Okay. We've got another person that wants to speak to the council. Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, Talia. Okay, sir, did you want to come up and address the council? If you could please state your name and your address.
My name is Victor Tarnoy from Victor Tarnoy Architect. My office is in Niagara-on-the-Lake. I did actually write my address on the form out there.
Okay, thank you.
So I represent what would be the north side of Oneida Lane, the Paul property, or IPCO property, which is from the House of Frankenstein down to the casino parking. And we're very much in support of the zoning bylaw amendments for parking requirements. I just we've been so impatient or waiting for this, so my first question is, when do you see this coming into effect? Because there was talk at the last public meeting that if we made an application including this, if we want to take option 2 right now, then we would be able to take option 2. Is that actually still
Well, we'll get comment from our planner, Mr. Hurlovich. Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to?
Well, I'm not quite sure if I understood the question, but if council would have to pass the bylaw tonight, and then we'd have our 20-day appeal period for the proponent to apply option 2. But basically, our recommendation was just to receive comment tonight. The previous speaker asked that we bring this back on December the 12th. So that's basically 2 months from now to bring it back. So the speaker's client would have to wait at least another 2 months before they could move forward with whatever their proposal was at the lower standard.
Right. Which I kind of suspected, and we are going ahead with option 1 now, with a site plan agreement application. The other thing I just want to clarify was the grandfathered legal non-conforming aspect. If we did in the future want to take option 2, does that actually negate the grandfathered portion of a property? Because right now there are several uses on the property that have no parking requirement.
Yeah, we'd sit down site specifically and work those out, but your grandfathering would carry through.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very
We really
much.
support this and keep going.
Thank you. So we're looking for a motion to receive the input and resume the public meeting at a later date. And also, notice will be given in accordance with the regulations of the Planning Act. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor, Peter Angelo. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Cario. Just one quick comment, Your Worship. I'm glad to see it's going back to the experts, which are the business owners, not the consultants or the staff people, to decide where and how much parking we should have. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, next item. These gentlemen have been waiting patiently from the Stamford Center Volunteer Firefighter, and I would ask Mr. Hurlovich if he would please address the report in the package.
Thank you, Worship. There isn't a slide presentation to go along with this, but basically the Stamford Center Volunteer Firefighters Association applied to the Niagara Escarpment Commission, where their lands are located, to erect a clubhouse facility on those lands. They received permission from the Niagara Escarpment Commission for a 7,400 square foot facility. They began construction. During construction, they expanded the size of that to include a second floor. So overall, the size of the facility would be 13,200 square feet. The Niagara Escarpment Commission noticed the change. Our city inspectors went out there and placed a stop work order on the property. So basically, we have a shell of a building standing as we speak. The Stamford Center Volunteer Firefighters then went back to the Niagara Escarpment Commission, applied to have the building that they currently have under construction recognized. Typically, planning staff comments on behalf of the city based on our zoning, our underlying zoning, and so we basically reported that while a clubhouse is permitted, an assembly hall would not be, and that's based on the fact that the proponents proposed a 350-seat hall in their building, and anything over 100 seats is considered an assembly hall. So that's where the dividing line is. So we submitted those comments to the Escarpment Commission. Our zoning doesn't have any application in the NEC, the Niagara Escarpment Commission plan area, but they have typically regard for that. So the Stamford Centre volunteer firefighters have come to council asking that they have a chance to speak to council and outline their specific requirements for their building, and council would have an opportunity then to provide its comments to the Escarpment Commission separate from what staff has already provided.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Was there anybody from the group that wanted to comment, or did you just want us to deal with the report as we have it? Does anybody want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
like
sure.
to speak.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Nick Luris. I'm the president of Stamford Center Volunteer Fires Association. Sorry, I'm fighting a cold.
Yeah.
The one comment that has been left out on the planner's report was the initial drawings that were submitted to the NEC and the City of Niagara Falls showed our hall 50 by 100 square feet with a kitchen 20 by 50. Those areas have not changed. When we submitted our application to the NEC, we had a meeting at City Hall where the NEC asked us approximately how many square feet your building would be, what would be the height. At the time, we didn't have formal drawings done, and there were certain elements that were missing out of the drawings for the construction of the building. The biggest thing was the lack of storage facilities for the equipment that would be used in the hall. On our application with the NEC, it stated at that time that we would have minimum assembly of 250 people, if not more. The final amount of people that would be there would be submitted with our OBC matrix through our architects, which turned out to be 350 people. We could have maintained smaller square footage and used our portable buildings like our Quonset hut, but it made no sense. It would make more sense to have it attached to the existing building. The other thing that our architect brought out was if you do have a function, you're defeating the purpose of some of your members, and we've had members in our organization for over 50 years, and we wouldn't have an area for them if they wanted to come to the hall because we may have some festivity going on, fundraiser, bingos, or what have you. Through our suppliers, they donated a lot of materials, and we were able to put a 2-story on top of our storage facilities, and that increased the square footage as well. The minimum height requirement under the building code is 35 feet. Our original submission was 25, we're at 30. Our setbacks on the property are 750 feet from Dorchester Road, 650 feet from Mountain Road. So we fulfill all our obligations under the building code. And it seems to be the interpretation of the planning department that because our building was made more efficient, it's now called an assembly hall, and now they don't want us to have any more than 100 people. The recommendation from the planning department to the NEC is to eliminate our second floor, leave it open, and not have more than 100 people in our hall, our clubhouse. And that's what we're here to ask for tonight.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you. I've been trying to determine in my own mind what the negative aspect of this project is. You've got a volunteer group who've been there for 50 years. They do a tremendous amount of community work. They look after Fireman's Park, which is a huge effort and certainly is challenging. And certainly there has to be the opportunity for revenues to come in to carry on their projects and do the work that they do. If they had submitted the proposal as it stands now initially, what is the problem with the change as it's going on? You have Club Italia, which has banquets and has other people other than members. The Greek Hall, which is not that much used at the present time, is the same situation, and we have it throughout our community. This is, in my opinion, set back so far that, in fact, you can hardly see the building if you're driving by on Dorchester Road. This is something that is going to serve the community. It's going to be an asset, and it's going to be done by volunteer people. And I see no reason why this shouldn't be an automatic approval. I just, it's because the initial plans were submitted and they're changed. That's not proper protocol, but here it is. And is it going to be a negative for the community? I don't think so. So I would like to make a motion approving the plan that they're working on at the present time, and to have the planning department and the council support the project and do whatever is necessary to meet with, to write to the Escarpment Commission to obtain the appropriate approvals that are necessary. I think that's, and congratulations on what you've done.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, and I'll be happy to second the motion. I guess I know Councillor Thompson gave a couple of examples, and I had 3 more written down. I had the German Village, Arpad Hall, and I believe there's one over on Thorold Town Line that's in Niagara Falls, the Italo-Canadian Hall. And, you know, I don't understand how all these halls got built and then staff can't support the current proposal because it's outside the urban boundary. And I think that every single one that we've mentioned is outside the urban boundary. And council has to be aware that service clubs have to generate revenue, and they have to generate revenue because they have costs. And I think the Stamford Center volunteer firemen do an excellent job of taking care of the park. And quite honestly, the city really can't afford to take it on right now. And I don't know if we ever will in the future. So we have to give them the ability to raise funds so that they can continue the good work that we do. And that's why I'll support the motion.
Great. Councillor Morocco, thank you.
Mayor, I just have a question of staff there, and I have to say I truly support the fact of the work that volunteers do in our community. It's a great asset. I don't know what we'd do without them. However, just one question in regards to the financial implications. It states that Council has previously provided grants totaling $32,000 plus to cover the cost of building permit fees, development charges, plumbing, whatever. But now that this building is larger than what was proposed by another 541 square meters, which means that the permits and everything now will be an additional 8,423 plus. Basically, it looks like I'm seeing, and I'll just ask council to address that there's going to be an additional almost $45,000 in permit and fees that they're going to be coming and asking to waive on top of that. Is that true?
Maybe we can get Mr.
Just have
Hilovich.
staff maybe address that.
We're just alerting basically the volunteers and council to the fact that there will be an additional, as the councillor says, $45,000 worth of fees. The Stamford Center volunteer firefighters haven't indicated that they would be coming in and asking for that, but it would be up to council as to whether or not they would wish to provide a grant equal to those fees, as they did for the smaller sum of about $35,000.
Okay, so yes.
Okay, so we'll be looking at waiving the fees of the 32, which we've already done, 32,000 plus another 45,000. Is that kind of what this council has normally done in the past?
Yeah, that's a good point. Boys and Girls Club, yeah.
Okay, I just need that clarification. Thank
For
you very much.
service clubs, we've definitely treated them a little bit differently. And nonprofit, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Even at the region too, I know Boys and Girls Club, that was, they were waived as well. Councillor Carrier.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pietrangelo. I wish the club was twice as big as they're building it now, and they'd be able to do more things than they do for us. Not that they don't do enough, but it'd be great to see it if it would be twice as big as it was. So I don't see all the fuss. Well, I know what the fuss is, and everyone here knows what the fuss is. It's the Niagara Escarpment Commission. That's what the fuss is.
There'll be extra onions at your burger at the carnival next year, Councillor Carrier. Are there any other? Yes, Councillor Wing.
Although I appreciate what this organization and all the other volunteer groups in our community do, I can't support the motion. I have problems with the fact that they accepted public money, over $30,000 worth. In meetings with members of the club regarding the application, the city and the Niagara Escarpment Commission staff were assured that a private club and not an assembly hall was being proposed. So they took public money, they assured staff of one thing, and then what was constructed was not that. They didn't comply with the permits being issued. So I have a problem with the fact that on one hand they're taking public money, and on the other hand they're not complying with the permits, and they're not holding up their end of the bargain. So in keeping with my usual stand, I support staff, I support our planning policies, I believe they're there for a reason. And despite the fact this is a volunteer organization, which I agree does do good work, I have a problem in principle with what has gone on here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other comments before we call the vote? Okay, motion, Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Peter Angelo. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you. It's approved. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, next issue is 5021 Gardner Road, PD 2011-73, and I'd ask Alex Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, if you would please address this report.
Yes, Your Worship. Again, there's no presentation for this. This involves a farm property at the corner of Beaver Dams Road and Garner Road. In June of this year, Council listed that as a listed property in the Register of Heritage Properties. That means it's had heritage potential or has heritage potential. Typically what would happen after it's listed is it would go on the roster for buildings to be researched and then ultimately recommended for designation if it's found to be worthy. The Heritage Committee in June had found that because of the barn and the silo on the property that it met the character-defining elements of the rural area in the Stamford Township, and so therefore had put it on the list. What had happened, though, was that there was a property standard order on the property. The owner came in to get a demolition permit. He was told farm buildings under the building code don't require demolition permits. He began the demolition process. We heard from a resident out there, Jean Grandoni, that the building was coming down. We went out there and worked with the owner and the demolition contractor to be able to photograph the barn, the silo, the house on the property. That's typically what we do with a listed property when there's a demolition permit. So with the barn is now down, the silo is down, the house probably 1860s to 1870s vintage. Covered with siding and additions, so it's hard to tell the original character fully. But in any event, what we feel is that with the barn and the silo down, the character-defining elements as a rural setting and agricultural character are now lost, and so therefore we wouldn't be recommending designation. So that's the nature of our report. That being said, the Heritage Committee did meet earlier this evening. There is a motion in your packages as a handout, probably be loose in your file if you haven't seen it already. The committee did actually pass a motion that said that they do not agree with that the reasons have been lost for listing the property, and that they would like additional time to investigate the property and report back to Council on the potential for designation. So I just bring that to Council's attention that is in your package.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Any questions of Mr. Hurlovich? Yeah, Councilor Morocco.
Mayor Diodati to Alex. Just read this and I thought, I got a call too from Jean Grandoni in regards to the building, the property being designated. under the Heritage Act, whatever. That was back in June 13th, and it was at this council. So I was just really surprised that it takes 3 months, and actually it never even got registered. Is that just the time frame? I mean, I know government's slow, but this is just crazy. I mean, it's within this organization. What's the process to make this happen? I mean, this could have been some huge building or designated heritage property. I mean, I think it still was. You go to a lot of different places, and these farm places are still in place. A lot of the, trying to think of just others, some outside Oshawa and that, these farmlands, the farmhouses are still there, and new subdivisions are built around it because they maintain it as part of the heritage of that area. So I just don't understand. In silos, we saw them in St. Jacobs, where they've actually changed them or modified them to be pottery buildings or whatever. I'm just thinking that I hate to lose that opportunity to preserve a heritage building again in the future, because it took 3 months and it didn't actually get communicated within their organization, within staff. And is my understanding that as they were doing the demolition of the barn, the electrical was still hooked up?
Well, Mr. Hurlovich, maybe you can answer the question. Firstly, what took so long? And secondly, was the electrical still hooked up during demolition?
First of all, yes, that was staff had not yet notified the owner that the building was listed. There's a difference between listed and designated. So the property wasn't designated by council, it was just listed. So the only protection that the Heritage Act affords a listed property is that the owner has to give the city 60 days notice before he actually demolishes. And so staff should have advised him somewhere around June the 20th that his building was listed, and he would have had to give us 60 days notice that he intended to demolish. So by staff not advising him that, we did miss out on that opportunity to know that in advance. Usually that 60-day period then is used to investigate the property for its heritage significance, see if there's any other possible purchase or other way of saving the building. So yes, that was an error by staff, and we are recommending that we improve our process by which we involve the property owner in the listing of properties, including right at the outset when the Heritage Committee is considering listing, that the owner be advised right at that point rather than waiting until after council actually lists.
So with this new system you're suggesting, we wouldn't have a repeat of this situation with the current report we're dealing with?
We shouldn't have.
No. Shouldn't have, right. Okay. And the other question, Councilor Morocco, do you know the answer to your question regarding the electricity?
Well, the demolition contractor, of course, should have notified Niagara Falls or Niagara Peninsula Energy to disconnect the hydro.
And one more point, Your Worship, through you to Ken Beeman, and some conversations I had with him, he did indicate that there were some loopholes that need to be tightened up, and maybe that's something that needs to be addressed. And Ken, do you want to speak to that?
Mr. Beeman?
Well, I think Alec has already addressed that in his report as far as what he intends to do as far as altering the procedures. The main thing is to get the information out quicker.
Well, with today's technology, you would think it would take a lot less than 3 months. Disappointed, thank you.
Okay. Any other members of council? Yes, Councillor Wayne?
I'm still not sure which way I'm going to go on this. I usually support the Heritage Committee, but unfortunately with the loss of the barn and the silo in particular, what really brought value to that property has been lost. And those two buildings were a real landmark in the area. They were one of the few remaining vestiges of our disappearing rural heritage that entire section of the community once was entirely comprised of. And it's too bad. I mean, this is the second time within the past year and a half that we've lost 1860s buildings due to errors. The last time was because the owner of the property, when he applied for a demolition permit, apparently gave staff the wrong address, and that's why that one, even though it was red flagged, wasn't caught. But, you know, we're losing more and more of what really makes our community unique. These are things that are specific to our area and aren't found somewhere else. I understand there was a silo like there still is a silo like that one was somewhere in the London area, and it has been preserved. Special measures were taken to preserve it. This was a rather unique silo, and I don't know how much is left in the way of farm buildings out that way, but it's too bad these, being a landmark in that neighborhood, weren't preserved. I think that being said, though, despite the fact that this was the site of a winery in the early 20th century, I don't know that there's much value left. The design value of the house really has been lost with it being sided over. So I'm not sure if it's really worth investigating further at this point.
Okay, Councillor Ioannoni, and then Councillor Maves.
Then I would move staff's recommendation that council not proceed with the designation and be directed to update the process for listing and notifying the neighbors.
Okay. And just before we do too, we've got two people that have been requested to speak tonight.
Maybe three.
Perhaps three, yeah. One reserves the right to speak. We've got the motion. Councillor Maves?
Yeah, I'd like to second the motion, Your Worship. I'm just looking at this, and I mean, the house has aluminum siding on it now and everything else, and I'm wondering, I agree with a certain amount of these heritage buildings in it, but I think to some degree a lot of them are too restrictive, and I think that, I don't know, there must be a limit on how many you can have. I mean, we can't have the whole city designated down the road. I think there's an awful lot of great old buildings we have. But we have to look forward to progress as well, and I think a lot of these old farmhouses and that eventually probably will be subdivisions, and I think some of these conditions are too restrictive, so I'll have to second the motion on this one.
Okay, Councillor. We've got a couple people scheduled to for sure, so maybe if you'd like to approach Ms. Grandoni, did you want to come down here and address the council?
I have a picture of the history of this site, which I think the history is being ignored. There's comments being made that the house isn't worth preserving. And just give this out to start.
Pardon? Councillor Maves?
I've attached the two regulations, 09 and 10. 10 is to do if the minister gets involved, so I will just speak to 906. My name is Jean Grandoni, and I live kitty corner to the site. And I guess we're down to looking at preserving the house. And I will speak to the parts of the letter that deal with the house. My letter is in the report, my letter of September the 28th. It's attached to the back of the report. The following is my own knowledge of the site. The house is built in 1861 according to staff. The history of it, the Tattison family owned and operated this farm along with the Cataract Winery. This was the first and only winery west of the QE Highway. The winery was situated just west of the house and was used later as a paper recycling depot, then demolished by the next owner. The winery ceased operation only because Mr. Tattison died at a young age. I have met with his sons, who have since passed on, who told me they had started to sell their wine in Hamilton and that it was the best wine. I have a letter about the winery and the kind of wine they made and a picture of the inside. Those two items I have yet to find in the many papers that my late brother left behind. Peter had a system of pile it rather than file it, and it's hard to find. If the house is built with such strong wood as used in construction of the barn, then it is a very strong, solid home. I don't believe the outside of this house is duplicated anywhere in the city, and certainly not in this area. And I've made comments about septic tanks, which you all are aware that's common to replace septic systems in the country. A compost toilet could be installed at a lower cost. The silo we've lost, the barn we've lost. I'd just like to add the comments. This property was a jewel to the agritourism industry, a fact that has never been realized and unknown to most. Niagara-on-the-Lake cannot duplicate the scene that was here. My sister-in-law's church held Christmas Eve services in the mow of this barn with live animals taking part. The next two paragraphs, I just speak of the demolition, how we could have saved the barn and the silo. Had the city acted as quickly in stopping work as they did in issuing demolition orders. I sought private legal advice and was informed that the city can stop work by proceeding under the Heritage Act 2, at least for the house now. 1, sending a notice of intent to designate under the Heritage Act to the landowner, and that would give us some time to perhaps negotiate and educate him on the history. Placing notice of intent to designate in the newspaper. I am requesting that the Heritage Committee and City Council proceed with the above notification, which I understand would give the city the 60 days to designate. And I got a legal opinion on that. The newspaper article confirms that this family, the Tattisons, ran the Niagara Cataract Winery on Beaver Dams Road. And I would like to relate the history as I feel the regs apply. In Regulation 0906, which I gave you, it's attached to the picture. In Section 2, I would say point 2, the property has historical value or associative value because it, in the next 2 points, has direct associations with a theme, event, belief, person, activity, organization, or institution that is significant to a community, especially the agricultural community. And then point 2 of 2, yields or has the potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of a community or culture. And then point 3 has contextual value because it is, 1, important in defining, maintaining, or supporting the character of the area. 2, is physically, functionally, visually, or historically linked to its surroundings. And what's more important to Niagara than the history of wine these days? The Battle of Beaver Dams was not far from here, and we're all boasting about the bicentennial celebrations. And what are they going to see here? Because there are people who tour these fields that are interested in the War of 1812 and what went on. What are they going to see when they come here? I know any of them that have been here before are going to say, where did that go? People are saying it now. The whole town's talking about what we lost in all of Garner Road. And now you want to do the house in too. And you designate properties just because a person has lived there. I've seen you do it, that it was of prominence. Nothing to do with architecture or siding, but because it's associated with an event. And as far as I'm concerned, the Act well describes that is something you can do. And I have a couple of questions, but I would like to speak to the picture. This is about 55 years old, this picture, and that was when it was being used as a paper recycling depot. That's why you see the garbage along the road and all the junk in front. It was really a problem as a recycling depot to the farmers because they polluted our fields with paper and could kill our cows if there was metal in it. And we were glad when it was finally closed as a recycling center, but it was only torn down around 1979-80, and I know who tore it down.
We've got 1 minute to go, Ms. Grandoni.
It's my understanding that flagging the property in the computers is already part of the process, but that you missed it. And I'd like to know who is responsible for doing that. I noticed the clerk is responsible for giving notice in the act by the looks of it. And I have a question. The one who gives notice, and why is there no legal written opinion on this? I think the Heritage Act supersedes the Building Code Act, and we're not getting a legal opinion on that. We're not getting an opinion to debate with the legal advice that I gave. Nothing in writing. Are they afraid to give me something in writing? A legal opinion in writing?
Are you asking that question?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll ask the clerk.
And
maybe.
who's responsible? Who exactly is responsible? I read something about clerk being responsible to send notice.
It's all my fault.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I mean, when we're going to designate a property under the Ontario Heritage Act, yes, notice is given in the papers and they put the clerk's name on the notice. I don't personally get involved in those. It's done through our planning staff who are experts in the act. Obviously, we would only give a legal opinion. Mr. Beeman will only give a legal opinion to his clients, who are the council, not to Gene.
Also, Ms. Grandoni, you had made mention about the demolition order from the city. There was no demolition order from the city because there wasn't one required in this case.
No, but they posted the property, fix it or destroy it. Why were you so quick to do that, but not so quick to stop work? And if you don't have permission to give them to go onto a farm, or to, if they don't need a permit to destroy it, what even gives you the authority to go on that property and tell a farmer, in this case, it's rented, but to say what you did so strongly?
Okay, well, that's the clerk.
And then I would have thought that would have been rectified once it was designated or put on the register, that the fire department and the building department should have withdrawn those orders.
Okay, we'll get a response.
Well, what I can tell you, and what I think Ms. Grandoni is referring to, is what is a standard property standards order. And basically, our property standards order says either fix or destroy, meaning if it's a property standards issue, and in this case, my understanding, it was related to the silo, the roof on the silo, shingles or whatever material was flying off. We received a complaint, and based on that, our building department sent a note to the property owner indicating either fix it or destroy it, demolish it. That's standard in all of our property standards orders. And I think, as Mr. Hurlovich indicates, the listing of the property by the Municipal Heritage Committee, or the recommendation by the Municipal Heritage Committee later approved by council with regard to that, wasn't articulated to the other staff. And part of the purpose of this report is twofold. Number one, for us to improve our processes internally so that everybody's aware of this when a property is listed. But I think more importantly is the fact of the matter is the property owner didn't even know the property was listed. I mean, it only so happens that right now he's decided to demolish the units on the property for whatever his plan is. But I mean, he may not have known about that 20 years hence, if that was his plan, was to demolish it 20 years from now. It just so happens coincidentally that this matter came 3 months ago, and now he's made plans to demolish the property. But there was no requirement under our process whatsoever to even notify the property owner of this.
Ms. Grandoni, is there any other questions that you had for the council? We've got someone else waiting to speak.
No, I think that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I understand Mr. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Just as a follow-up to what Mr. Arifita was saying, I just have a question. Who then notifies property owners?
I'll ask Mr. Ilovich.
The notice should come from planning, so it basically, when Mr. Arifita said it was his fault, I guess it was really my fault. So my staff should have done that. We have a heritage planner on staff, and that notice should have gone out. She hadn't yet got to that step, but anyway, so it really compounded the whole problem.
Okay, yep.
But I mean, really, ideally, these things should be a collaborative effort between the property owner and our staff. I mean, you know, if I'm the property owner and I don't even know that my property's being under consideration for listing, I'd be pretty upset.
Understand Mr. Hamilton? Is Mr. Hamilton here? Or McMaster, rather. McMaster's in Hamilton. There you go.
Hi, I'm Joe McMaster, and I live at 9301 Beaver Dams Road. I defer to Jean on the significance of the property because she's certainly much more knowledgeable about it than myself. I got involved, which has been, you know, discussed already. My problem is with the process, and I think it's a pretty serious gap in the process where in a rural community there's no requirement for a permit to demolish a building, and there's no statutory requirement to notify the property owner that the property has been listed as a heritage site. So therefore, there's no potential, there's no possibility for the owner to be made aware, you know, to be absolutely made aware, so that the protection for the potentially significant heritage buildings is not there. There's a gap. And that process needs to be rectified, as was pointed out by the report. And, you know, as mentioned at the Heritage meeting earlier, which I attended, that there is no statutory requirement to notify the owner of the property. That's a problem. That's a serious problem. The last thing I would just mention on this is that more generally in the rural community, my experience has been, my limited experience has been, that there are circumstances unrelated to this specific situation, but there are situations where protection for, be it forestry or heritage buildings, is weak, and that action is rewarded and statutory obligation takes a backseat. And I think that's a problem. And I think in terms of progress, that's a relative term.
Maybe we can get a comment too from our solicitor, Mr. Beeman, in regard to statutory requirement for notifying the owners. Is there any reason that we don't have that for demolition and for designation?
Well, for demolition, both of these things come from the genius of the Ontario government. The lack of a notification thing in the statute is not there. As a lawyer, I read that and I cringe, because I know friendly judge will put it in for me if we ever step on err on the wrong side, like, for instance, started interfering in this case. I think friendly judge would be wanting me to reach into the taxpayers' pockets to compensate the owners. That's a euphemism. But as far as the other matter, the Ontario Building Code does not require a demolition permit for a farm building. And we can't have a bylaw that supersedes the Ontario Building Code, so that's just a concession that's made to farmers to allow them to get on with their construction and so on their buildings without having to pay permit fees and so on. Of course, just as an aside, the highest rate of accidents, industrial accidents, is on farm properties, which may have something to do with some of those exemptions. But anyway.
Yeah, Councilor Morocco, and then Councilor Pietrangelo.
Sorry, Ken, I don't think that you really answered the question. I think the question is basically, there's a loophole here, that the owners, when the land is being designated or listed as heritage properties, they're not being notified. I think that we have to close up the loophole and make sure that they're notified. And
No, I did answer the question. The question to me is there
no,
one?
I wanted
Yeah.
a little bit clearer.
Okay.
Sorry.
See, the question to me was, is there one? And my answer is the statute doesn't have one. The proposal in the report is to have one, because I believe Alec believes, and I certainly think it's a matter of common law, the judge would actually require one if we ever got in a confrontation over the issue. It would only be in a situation of dire emergency, in general, when you interfere with common law rights in a place such as Ontario, you give the guy notice, and that way the judge feels, okay, he had his chance to put his oar in the water. If you act without giving an opportunity to have an oar in the water, regardless of what the statute says, you're going uphill when you get to a court.
Good. So Ken, in other words, we, as the City of Niagara Falls, are going to make sure that we give them.
That is what the report says.
Great. Just want to make sure that was clear.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship, and I understand that the recommendation is to update our policies as well in regards to notifying owners. But the notification of owners is really twofold. I mean, the city has to know that the property is designated, has to notify the landowner, because the landowner has rights as well. And there's a 60-day appeal period that the landowner might want to appeal the designation. And if we never give the landowner that right to appeal, then I would imagine that Mr. Beeman would tell us that we don't really have a good chance if we get to court and the landowner didn't know that their property was designated. So, and I see him with his hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Beeman?
Well, what I'm actually proposing is that we tell them that we intend to list it before we even get to the 60 days, so that they have an opportunity to participate in the listing process and/or raise some things with the committee that the committee might not otherwise know. For example, if the thing's going to cost $1 million to fix, the committee may well want to know that, even if they love the building and think it's the greatest thing they've ever seen. They realize, as a practical matter, it's just not going to fly. And they have that opportunity to get in to do that before they come to council with their recommendation for listing. And that way, you're probably to have far less fuss when you get to designation. You probably have the owner on site already.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, we certainly learned from this experience. Thank you very much. Yes, sir?
I'd like to speak on this if I could.
Yeah, please, come on up. If you'd address the mic and state your name.
Usually the last guy would ask. My name is Dan Lane. I'm the president of the company that presently owns the property. And I just want to clear up a few things. That picture you have before you that Jean just handed out, that warehouse isn't even on my property. That was subdivided off the property, knocked down, and a house exists on it. So to bring that and try to make it bigger than it is by using that is wrong. It's not on my property. Okay? The house is in aluminum siding. It's sided in John Mansfield asbestos siding. Fire department asked me to use that house to burn it down because they think it's a fire threat. I looked into it, found out there was siding on it, said, no, you can't do that, I have to remove the siding. Jean hasn't been in the house, doesn't know what sound building materials or sound structure or strong structure like the barn. Where's that coming from? She's got an illegal opinion, she says. There's nothing in writing. Comes here and says, I could say this guy's green. Stand here and tell you whatever. If you want the facts, get the facts, ask them. I was never told, I went to buy that property, I asked, is it on a heritage list anywhere? No, it is not. No problems with I can do what I want with that land? Yes, you can. I bought the property. In June, that property was listed for about 3-4 years. No one bought it. I come along and buy it. Jean's lived there all her life, up the street. Now she decides, well, I'm going to put it on the heritage list. She didn't do it to the past owner, and I asked why. Because she knows them, and it would reduce the price? So let's not screw the previous owner. Let's try to screw me, right? Put it on the list, and it's worth less. I think that's fundamentally wrong. I was not told. Jean put that on. Jean's the one who called for the silo when the roof blew down in April. Storm wiped it out. That's the only thing, and I'm not an expert, that I could see that really had heritage significance. Right? The silo, they have pictures, the building department. They came on. I let them come on the property, even though it was in danger. The hydro was disconnected from the house. The hydro wasn't disconnected from the barn. That's why it wasn't knocked down.
once the hydro was disconnected, the barn was knocked down. The barn was knocked down because it wasn't structurally sound, and I had a liability on my hands. Jean came to me, phoned me, got my phone number from the city of Niagara Falls, my personal cell phone, and started calling me. I told her, if you would have came to me instead of going in June behind my back and sat down with me and said, hey, I think this is a historical nature, I would have sat down and we would have talked about it. But she didn't do that. Nor did Niagara Falls, nor did this council who approved it let me know that. Nowhere. Today I came down to Niagara Falls to see what's going on. I find out there's a heritage meeting going on. I walk into it an hour late. So he looked at me like deer in the headlights. What are you doing here, right? Who are you? I tell him who I am. I'm going, I can't believe this. Why wouldn't I be invited to this meeting? It's the talk of the town. The only reason I knew what was going on is someone in the planning department said it's the talk of the town. It's the talk of the town. Guess what? Contact me. I've had 14 calls on this. 3 by Jean. Then I tell her, like, if you would have worked with me, I would do something. So she kicks out a letter now with you. Notice if I'm carbon copied on that letter. That's what I asked you to look at. See if I'm carbon copied on that. Yet, she says the owner is willing to save the silo or something to that effect. Am I carbon copied on that? No. Guess what? Circumvented me again. Today I show up. Circumvented again. I stumbled in that meeting an hour late. An hour late, and they're discussing it. I'm going, oh, this is really interesting. How come I'm not being involved in this? I own the property. You're trying to negotiate with me. The fire department wants me to burn the place down. Then they didn't want to burn it down because of all the hoopla, and I told them the asbestos. I said, I'll remove it. You can burn it down as practice, right? Then they tell me, no, we want you to knock it down. It's a danger. We're afraid it's going to burn. Jean gets on the phone and tells me that it's my fault that I've had 5 break-ins and it's a fire hazard. I said, why is that? She tells me, because I boarded it up and I haven't cut the grass. I said, Jean, every time someone breaks into that house, I'm the victim and a crime is committed. That's what I told her. I said, as if someone burns that down, I'm not the one burning it down, Jean. But I just can't believe what they're trying to say. Today they try to work on memories. They're trying to tell me that there was a winery there. Well, prove it to me. Bring me the facts. Do this, do that. I look into it. That warehouse isn't even on my property. It's on the property next door. So I don't know how we can keep going around this. So all I've asked is, there's a loophole, yes, in the act, and I told them at the Heritage Committee today and asked them. I said, they said it was outside their mandate, and I said, no, if you want to preserve things, any farmer can knock down any structure without even coming to you. So I didn't even have to come. I came down, I asked, they said no problem. Later they tell me, well, when you asked, I should have checked the list and then it would have been found out. But I said, well, that doesn't solve the problem because I own other properties in town. Other farmers own other properties in town. And they're not required to even come and ask you to knock things down. And if it's of heritage value, why wouldn't you, before you put someone's name or property interest on that list, have them involved in the discussion so they know right then and there, right? And then if it does meet the criteria and goes on, there's 60 days then that we can take a look at it.
You make great comments.
Right? It doesn't make any sense to me.
And that's why we're taking a new direction, as you can tell from the report. There's a loophole and inequity, and we're going to fix it. And we appreciate you coming here. And it's unfortunate, but sometimes it's through these errors that we figure things out. But I've got Councillor Iannone who would like to make a comment.
No, I was just going to say to that point, the barn's down, the silo's down, we have a motion on the floor, the owner's telling us the fire department has asked him to get rid of it. I'm sorry that you weren't notified, we're trying to clear that up. This just seems to be a calamity of errors from start to finish.
This cost me a lot of money.
Yeah, and you know what? I really don't want to hear anybody again who talks about lawyers' opinions and we won't give them and they have them but they won't produce them. I mean, this is getting silly.
Well, we know what's going on, and I'm going to call the vote. We're going to move on. Okay, enough has been said on the issue. So we know the motion. It's been seconded duly. All those in favor? The motion is the staff recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dean, we're done dealing with this.
I'm sorry, but the winery was severed from the Tennyson Farms.
Okay.
And I did not call the city about the silo or the part of the roof coming off the silo. I gave him a copy of
Okay,
my
we've closed. We've made the vote now, Jean. Thank you.
Friday while I think we should, he's made a lot of accusations that are...
Well, you know what, we've dealt with it now, and you can, by all means, send us an email and you can summarize your, any other information, but we've made the motion, we're going to move forward on this. Next up, we've got Mayor's Report, announcements. The exciting part of the meeting. Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. Big thank you to the community for coming together for this year's Mayor Breakfast. We had approximately 600 people. It was a big success with hockey legend Paul Henderson. It was very inspiring and uplifting, and especially this time when he came, he shared with us that he's got his biggest challenge ahead of him, which is cancer. It was very emotional, but it was heard by all the kids. I know all the people there came up and commented that it was very impactful. So much thanks to the organizing committee, the Ministerial Fellowship for making this a great 38th annual event, and I'm proud to continue on with the tradition. Niagara Falls Culture Fest. This weekend I saw Councillors Wing and Morocco down in the nice rainy, coldy weather down at the Niagara Falls Farmers Market, or the Drummond Hill Market Square, where we had exhibits of culture, many local vendors with lots of talent, exciting entertainment, and it was actually a lot of fun despite the weather. It was a lot of fun, good turnout, a lot of people there. We want to thank all the organizers and the Arts and Culture Committee for all their work at helping put the event together. Upcoming events, Bridges to Better Business, hosted by our Small Business Enterprise Center here at City Hall, is going to be this Wednesday, October the 5th, at the Scotiabank Convention Center. If you'd like some information or you're interested, what you'd be advised to do is contact Angela Davidson in the Small Business Enterprise Center in the Business Development Office. Schools in Bloom launch. I'm pleased to announce the launch of this year's Schools in Bloom program, which will take place this Wednesday at 3:30 at the Niagara Parks Commission School of Horticulture. It's always a great way to start the season as our area high school students make the pledge to get involved in horticulture and greening the space around them. Random Acts of Kindness Day. It's a reminder that Niagara Community Foundation is promoting Random Acts of Kindness Day on November the 12th. We encourage you to go to niagaracommunityfoundation.org for ideas and great stories of paying it forward. And again, that's November the 12th. Also, we do want to point out to the council and everyone in the room that we did send out a questionnaire, as per Councillor Pietrangelo suggestion, with 3 main questions to all of the major provincial parties. And we have now heard back with responses from the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP. So we do have those answers to the questions. Last council package were the Liberals, today is the NDP and the Conservatives. So we do have those responses. We did not hear from one of the other parties, the Green Party, we did not hear back from. We did try to do some follow-up. So I urge you, read the responses. They relate directly to the community of Niagara Falls. This Thursday is the vote. We tell everyone, if you aren't going to vote, you have no room to complain. So make sure that you get out and exercise your right to vote. It's extremely important. Next up, communications and comments of the city clerk. First up, Autism Ontario Niagara. There's a request to make the month of October Autism Awareness Month. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Iannone. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Niagara Falls Public Library requests that the week of October 6th to 22nd be proclaimed Public Library Week. Moved by Councillor Iannone, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, we're almost there. We've been requested that we read these for because we have all the big viewers at home because of our high Nielsen ratings. Okay, and we'll do, okay, fair enough. The week of October the 23rd to 29th be proclaimed English as a second language in the week. Okay, we're going to do all 3 at once. QP, SCFP Ontario requests that October 26th be proclaimed as Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day in the city. Okay, and lastly, Bob Bailey, MPP Sarnia Lambton, has a request supporting a petition to the Minister of Health to have OHIP cover all scientifically verified tests for acute and chronic Lyme disease, create public awareness, and develop diagnostic and successful treatment protocols. Okay, so they've all been moved by Councillor Iannone and Councillor Thompson. Is there any discussion on any of those? All those in favor? Okay, they're unanimous. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional items for council?
Your worship, in your handouts, prepared was a resolution, and it's related to an issue that I think all of you are familiar with. You've received emails from property owners on Lundy's Lane between Montrose Road and Kaler Road. Niagara Peninsula Energy are installing new electrical distribution poles. The road authority there is the region, but there's been much concern expressed by the property owners about what the plan is. So I drafted a resolution for your consideration, and the action on that resolution is basically the following. Therefore, be it resolved that the installation of the new electrical distribution poles be temporarily put on hold so the regional municipality of Niagara and Niagara Peninsula Energy can convene a public information meeting with the Lundy's Lane property owners to outline the scope of the project, the tree preservation plan, and allay any concerns of the property owners, and further that the region and MPEI be respectfully requested to make every effort to ensure the installation plan mitigates impacts on the Lundy's Lane property owners and preserves as many mature trees as possible.
Okay, Councillor Gates? Moved by Councillor Gates, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there comments around? Yes, Councillor Iononi?
I am just amazed at all this. The trees are on the regional right-of-way. Everybody received Mr. Selecki's email today stating that they're working in cooperation with the region and the region's arborists. Councillor Wing responds to Mr. Selecki, who's been smeared all over Facebook, because that's now how we run million-dollar corporations, and says that Mr. Selecki points out that they worked with the region pointed out the trees on their right-of-way that were going to come down. It's a $500,000 capital works project. I'm reading online a review article where it says you have members of council that sit on MPEI, and we did know that we passed this capital works project. Councillor Thompson and I did not go out and personally pick the trees that are going to come down because that's out of the scope of our job. But I will tell you, you've got a $500,000 project going. You have MPEI's contract with GAMS. You already have the holes dug. You already have the poles sitting there. The region's already agreed on it. This resolution will cost you MPEI money. It will cost GAMS a job, which I thought we weren't going to be doing. And the residents don't have any idea that to put the work on top of the ground, under the ground, as they wanted, will have to see their trees cut down anyway. And it will go from a $500,000 project to a $2.5 million project. So we're debating, those are ratepayers' money. We have a project passed by the board that you've appointed, and it's going forward. So, I mean, if NPEI followed every rule to date by going to the region, working with the regional's arborists, Councillor Wing points out the region promised the BIA that they would contact them when any changes were coming. That's not NPEI's responsibility. That's the region dropped the ball. You're in the wrong forum here for this.
Okay, Councillor Wing?
Yeah, first of all, just a quick correction. We don't appoint the NPEI board, we appoint a few members of it. But this isn't just about Lundy's Lane. I'd like to note, first of all, there's business people and residents from Lundy's Lane here in the audience, and I don't know, some of them I thought might want to speak, but it's not just about Lundy's Lane. It's a wider problem that's been going on for years and years. In fact, I was only a year or two on council when I remember hearing a complaint about trees being butchered along Harriman because of the habit of cutting out the middle where the power lines are and leaving them, as was described to me yesterday or the day before, looking like a tuning fork. That weakens the tree. You know, the water collects in this large crotch and they end up splitting in the middle. But there has to be a better way for the crews to deal with the trees where they potentially conflict with power lines. And that's one of the things that we're asking, not just in the case of Lundy's Lane, but citywide, region-wide. Let's find a better way. And I know on Facebook somebody mentioned something about Durham, and I don't know what they do up there, but that's the sort of thing that can be investigated. Yes, the Lundy's Lane BIA has invested money already in streetscaping. They're trying to create a themed look, black and red, as some of you might have noticed. There are black poles which are installed by the region at a few intersections. The region had assured the BIA in 2006 that any future installations, the BIA would be consulted in order to try and do things that are in keeping with the streetscaping and what the BIA is trying to do there. That didn't happen. This resolution is, and I thank the clerk for assisting with this resolution is to the region. I mean, basically it's holding them to what they already agreed to. There's also a problem with the fact that the installations are moving inward from the edge of the pavement where the vehicles travel to inside of the sidewalk. And they're going to be ending up on, there are still some residential properties there. They're going to be ending up on residents' front lawns. They're going to be ending up where signage, and some of it very expensive signage that was installed some time ago, is going to have to be moved. So there's a problem as well with the fact that they're physically moving these new installations, the aesthetics of which are being questioned, inward from the road. So there's a lot of problems, and yes, Mr. Selecki did redistribute today a copy of the notice that was sent to the business people and residents along Lundy's Lane, but it speaks only to the fact that there's going to be some construction. They'll try to minimize the disruptions, to the electricity delivery, and everything's going to be done as safely as possible and power restored as quick as they can. It says nothing whatsoever about the location of the new installations. They're increasing in size, about trees or anything else. So really, there's been very little public consultation. And in today's movement towards greater openness and transparency and publicness, to use a National Post term, things need to change. The way business is done needs to start to change to match public expectations. And that, too, is what this is calling for. Immediately, it's about the Lundy's Lane situation. And there is a petition out there, and I understand over 100 people have signed the hard copy. And these aren't just ordinary residents. These are actual business people from along Lundy's Lane. And that area is, some of it, parts of it are struggling already. Like, they're really working hard out there to stay afloat, to improve the area. So there's a hard copy of the petition out there. And we're just asking for a stop, a cessation of work until consultation, and hopefully some collaborative problem solving can take place, and that's all it is. We just want this to stop as soon as possible.
Okay, Councillor Ioannoni, to that point, Councillor Marco.
Thank you. And you know what? I wasn't going to read Mr. Selecki's letter. Now I'm going to, because I mean, you can stand here and spin anything you want. You got a corporation that went to the body that governs it, who gave them authority to do what they're doing. Okay, we're debating a $1 million corporation, a multi-million-dollar corporation on Facebook, but here was his answer to council, which covers all of Councillor Wing's questions. Just doesn't make the people happy. So he says, pole installations on Lundy's Lane, Kaler to Montrose Road. As Holdco Board of Directors, and that's why we all got the email, I wish to clarify issues regarding the matter. Niagara Peninsula Energy is surprised by the confrontational methods of communication, i.e. social media. As you are aware, NPEI's mission is to maintain its integrity of ensuring reliability to our electrical supply to our customers. Over this past weekend, MPEI has been chatted within the social media circles in which errors and omissions have been written through the social media circles regarding the installation of poles. So MPEI wishes to clarify these issues. One, in 2010, NPEI and the regional municipality met to discuss the planning process of pole installation on Lundy's Lane. Jim Zioli, permits officer for the region, indicated to MPEI that the region has a long-term plan to widen Lundy's Lane on each side of the road. Therefore, placement of the poles must be done 3 meters from the travel portion, which dictates that MPEI is to place the distribution pole behind the sidewalk due to legislation for speed requirements to maintain safe clearances from the poles. Again, working under the governing instruction from their governing body. Within the compressed boulevard, due to the new design and existing utilities such as large bell telephone structures, water mains and sewers, MPEI was restricted, again by their governing body, to a location that the region instructed them to place the poles. I would like to stress that the plans were revised per the Niagara region instruction. Upon the design, Jim Zioli, if I'm pronouncing that right, Zioli, permit officer noticed the signs were placed within the road allowance rather than on the owner's property. Therefore, relocation was required. NPEI and the region, along with the Niagara Region's arborist, met on site with for numerous occasions regarding the tree conflicts with the construction. The tree located between Tim Hortons and Orchard Grove Plaza had to be removed due to the fact that it was directly in line of the construction and was located on the region's property. Again, not ours. To gain clearance, NPEI had to install taller poles than required by specifications at a greater cost to our utility to try to minimize this clearance impact. Furthermore, as a green initiative, NPEI has chosen to install concrete poles rather than wood to lessen the impact on the environment and at a greater expense to our utility. NPEI understands that any trees that are removed are to be replaced by 2 trees at the cost of the utility per the Niagara Regional policy on completion of the instruction. The project is a $500,000 investment to ensure reliability of the electrical supply within that commercial district, which is lacking right now. An underground solution would cost in the neighborhood of 4 times the investment, and it would not guarantee the continued existence of the trees. And that's what he wants to highlight. If we change to what they want done, those trees are gone. They're not preserved, they're not cut out in a V, they're gone. Roots would be damaged in order to install the infrastructure required, which would have a greater impact on the trees. Again, please note that NPEI's mission is not to cut down on any trees, as we understand the importance and value that trees have in our environment. As a matter of fact, we have planted over 55 trees on their own property this past year. However, upon assessment by the arborist, it was determined that the tree they took down was not healthy. Therefore, the tree department at the region, after an on-site meeting, requested removal on their policy. They directed NPEI to take down the tree that they removed. As a corporate citizen, NPEI recognizes the need for investment in infrastructure in an efficient and cost-effective manner to ensure the reliability of its valued customers. This construction job has been designed and planned to be installed now. Many resources has been assigned in a 10-day period to construct the line, minimizing the impacts to the commercial customers along the line built prior to Thanksgiving weekend. NPEI wants to state on record that we have concerns on public safety, as staging for this project has involved the placement of the equipment in the vicinity to expedite the installation. 24 poles have already been placed along Lundy's Lane, along with open holes, and they're now worried about the liability of the open holes, particularly in a tourist corridor in a Thanksgiving weekend. With holes in the ground to facilitate the installation of the poles and avoid conflicts with existing infrastructure. Any delays will not allow us to meet our timeline of ensuring electrical reliability to our business customers along Lundy's Lane. NPEI's practice has always been to communicate to our customers, and we hand-delivered a notice letter of construction to each customer affected. The letter's been attached to the email which we all received and was dated September 8th, 2011. Again, NPEI would like to stress that plans and design of a project like this are of a cooperative nature with the Region of Niagara and NPEI. The Regional Municipality of Niagara has the jurisdiction of Lundy's Lane, and the approval process is done by the region, not by the city. NPEI must implement by the region's design approval. Please note, NPEI would like to state that due to the delay, there are ramifications of this project as follows. Number 1, safety. There's schools in the area such as West Lane, Cardinal Newman, Greendale, Cadiz, Durden, Loretto, and Forest View. Excavations are already completed with empty holes there waiting for the poles to be placed. Longer delay means a higher chance of public interaction and a liability issue for NPEI. As in financial, this is a $500,000 investment with penalty clauses attached if work is not done during the scheduled time with the service provider, and from a risk management perspective, liability is greater. Under scheduling implications, our service provider GAMS could delay this longer as scheduling conflicts may incur, and the impact to our valued business customers would be affected. Should you wish to discuss this matter further, please contact me, Mr. Selecki, who, by the way, was not contacted before the Facebook negotiations of a corporation that we own. he had to read about it on Facebook. So I would say if you have a problem with something a corporation we own or the city's doing it, perhaps the call should be to them first before you start posting their names on Facebook, because they've followed every rule that they've been told to follow.
Okay. Councilor Morocco, you had a comment?
Mayor Diodati, I have to say after the, I have to support what Councillor Iannone has read, that these are the professionals that have implemented this job, and there's a job to be done. And I have to say the biggest problem that they're going to have is that they're not going to have any power. These poles are hugely overdue to be replaced. I think we've known that from years of being involved with the hydro, that this has been something that's needs to be scheduled, so I will not support the resolution.
Okay, Councillor Thompson?
Yes. When I first heard of this morning, I thought, well, let's take a pause and see if there's an opportunity to improve the situation or see what the details are with respect to going underground. When I received the same email and saw that we're talking from $500,000 to $2.5 million, the holes are, a lot of them already dug, the poles are out there. The only thing that I can see that we've done wrong here is they should have been communicating directly with the BIA. The BIA is out there, they put in new benches and trash receptacles and upgraded and beautified the area, and certainly there should have been dialogue and discussion. They probably wouldn't have gone for the underground, and it would have taken out the trees anyway. So I think the motion should really be that through the city staff we coordinate a meeting with the Lundy's Lane BIA as quickly as possible, the region and the Niagara Peninsula Energy, to sit down and discuss what can be done at this point to try to rectify and to come up with any positive suggestions with respect to the work going ahead. You can't stop the work when it's already contracted and underway, and the possibility of going underground just isn't there. So I think things have changed since this morning when we received the email and got all the other additional information. But I still think we missed the ball in communicating with the BIA, and I still think it's not too late to sit down, and maybe there are some things that can be done. The relocation of poles, I know Mr. Fabiano, who is here, doesn't want to end up, he has a single-family residential home out there. He doesn't want to end up with a pole on his front lawn. There are people with signs out there that may be impacted. So I think it's imperative that they have a meeting and sit down and talk and see what they can work out to the benefit of the people of Lundy's Lane, since there was an oversight in not contacting the BIA. I think that's only fair under the circumstances.
Okay. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, and I think Councillor Thompson said it quite well. I mean, there was a miscommunication problem, and they should have notified the BIA. With that in mind, there are some people here from the BIA, and I know that they have a spokesperson. Perhaps we can give them a chance to speak, Your Worship.
Yeah. Do we have a spokesperson for your group? Okay, if you can come up to the podium and please state your name and your address.
Jacqueline Baldini. I'm at 7973 Lundy's Lane, and I own Baldini and Vandersloos Photographers with my husband Charles here. The Vandersloos family has been in business in Niagara Falls for 125 years. I'm a little bit disappointed in one of the remarks here tonight about irresponsible social media. The business owners on Lundy's Lane are all small business owners. We're all very busy during the day taking care of our own businesses. We don't have umpteen employees that work for us. It's a very convenient way for us to communicate, to tell each other what's going on. My husband Charles this weekend in 2 days went door to door to obtain the 140 plus signatures for the petition. And the petition was simply to have somebody sit down with us and explain to us what was going on, because when we got the notice about what was going on September 8th, it wasn't, I can't even say it was vague. There were no details whatsoever telling us what was going on. When Charles was canvassing for the petition, just about every person said they didn't know what was going on, or they thought that light posts were being replaced. So when we saw unusual things going on, like big holes going into the lawn and stuff, that's when we started questioning what was actually going on. So I do have the petition here. Doesn't sound like you want to listen to it, but I do have a letter here from the chairman of the BIA on Lundy's Lane. And if you permit me, I will read it. We as a BIA have been following a streetscape master plan whereby a substantial amount of money went into the creation of this plan. We've been adhering to this master plan as we laid it out, careful not to stray from it. Overhead power lines, I'm positive, were never a part of the Lundy's Lane streetscape master plan. In 2006, the region had agreed that they would consult or inform the Lundy's Lane Business Improvement Area if any changes or alterations were being made with regard to roads, road widening, signage, light fixtures, light posts, and so forth. Yes, I know these are not light posts. However, one would consider that when installing power lines throughout the north side of a tourism business district, the body that oversees the beautification for that district would be informed and brought to the table for consultation. I firmly believe that after viewing the intersection of Kaler Road and Lundy's Lane with the installation of these gaudy utility service poles, a great injustice has been created in the Lundy's Lane Tourist District. An injustice which will have severe financial impact and ramifications to property owners in the area. And we're already struggling there. Power lines overhead in the tourist district does not exactly say family friendly. When does it say that Lundy's Lane is being treated as anything other than second class when something like this happens? The region, the city, and moreover, NPEI. Considering that Lundy's Lane pays the same tax base as any other district in Niagara Falls, these installations should cease and alternatives should be at least considered, as it will have a detrimental impact to Lundy's Lane businesses and residents as mentioned below. Realistically speaking, I don't think such installations would ever be considered in the tourist areas such as Victoria Center, Clifton Hill, or Fallsview. Sincerely, Navin Shahani, Chair, LLBIA. With regard to the trees, I know the trees were mentioned, and it would be wonderful if we could save every tree that had to come down, but that's not a reality. The reality for us is that we're going to have these huge poles right in the middle of our property. Our property has, I think it's a 70-foot frontage to it, and this huge pole is going to be right in the middle of it. Our business, our particular business happens to be all about aesthetics. We're photographers, we're artists, and we're going to have this huge electrical pole in the middle of our business.
We tell people, I know Jacqueline doesn't want me to say anything, but we tell people when they come to our business, look for the tree on the road to find out where we are.
So, as I said, this is just not about us. It's just not about the trees. It's about the communication that we weren't given. It's about the respect we weren't given, and I still don't feel that we're being given the respect. I think we're getting a little picky with the stuff that's been mentioned, and I don't think we're seeing the big picture here. And the big picture is that Lundy's Lane is basically all little businesses, and we need all the help that we can get.
There's not only just businesses, there's some residential property there too.
Any questions for
Do you mind if we read the petition?
I'm sorry?
Do you mind if we read the petition?
Well, you know what, you can give it to the clerk,
Okay.
because that would be, best way, and we'll have it on record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Iannoni.
I just want to state to Mr. Vandersloot and Ms. Spaldini, when the NPEI board passes or our staff brings to us a capital project like this that is much needed, they do not ever say to us, oh, by the way, in this tourist district as opposed to this tourist district, That spin or that sale has never been given to us. So when you read me something that says this would never happen in Fallsview or never happen in Clifton Hill, we don't get, our staff don't even write reports like that. It is, where is the improvement needed? The improvement is needed there because it's antiquated. Not because you're Lundy's Lane, because there's a problem with your service there, and the service needs to be upgraded.
Put it underground then.
It is $2.5 million to put it underground, and that was not the decision that our board made. So the decision that our board made has already moved forward. But I want to tell you, it is not because you are Lundy's Lane. That's a total misnomer. It is because that system was antiquated and needed upgrading.
Okay, I'd just ask that Councillor Wing, and then I'm going to ask the clerk if he could just address the motion with the resolution.
I just wanted to point out that as we agreed on the previous matter, the loss of the barn and silo at Garner and Beaver Dams, we kind of have to learn from mistakes. This is another case where we need to learn from the errors. I would suggest that the way of doing business here is becoming antiquated, and really the expectations today are much greater public consultation than has taken place hitherto.
Okay. Is Mr. Fabiano able to see anything?
Yes. Is he here?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll bring him up. Just before you do, though, I just ask if the clerk would just... You want to do that first? All right. Okay, Mr. Fabiano?
Okay, 1975, when I decided to build the Upper Landis Lane, I went to engineering department and they give me the okay. But Mr. Fabiano, you must dig from the sidewalk where the electric mirror is going to be underground 30 inches because we don't want to see no more wire on the sky. Okay, no problem, I do so. So what I'm trying to say, after 37 years, they tried to put a Landis Lane like a country road with all those wire. It's crazy. I can't believe it. This is a Landis Lane. People, tourists from all over the world who come to Niagara Falls, they know Landis Lane as a touristy area. They know Landis Lane more than Ontario South. And then now, they try to turn Landis Lane like a country road. In one hand, they try to put those monument stakes up the lane, Drum Road, the Landis Lane. They try to put those monument as a plaque. They try to beautify. They put a flower, a basket of flower. They put a flag. Another hand, they try to turn Landis Lane down. But I don't understand what fish we gotta take. I don't know. But I guess you people, you're our governor of Niagara Falls. And you people, everyone, council, mayor, everyone, you should be more responsible for all the citizens of Niagara Falls. Why? Because I don't know if you people you understand it. I don't know, maybe you don't really cultivate the culture, or you don't really understand it. Landis Lane is memorized as the war, 1812, the soldier. And that's why they put those in plaque. So in the one hand, I don't know. But that's what I can say. Okay. A few people try to make Landis Lane more better look. It's enough for me. No, it's enough for what I care. How long am I going to live? Another 10 years? I don't know if God will give me 10 years, 20 years. But for all of you, it's the main road of Niagara Falls. It's the main road of Niagara Falls. Are you people have a little bit beans inside your head or beans? That's all. I haven't got nothing more to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well said. Mr. Clerk, did you want to comment on the resolution and the time frame?
Yeah, I don't know how I follow that, Mr. Fabiano there. Well, I think maybe one of the things that the council may have issue with in the resolution, which can be easily omitted, is the idea of stopping the work. I mean, obviously, that's not feasible, but I think, as Ms. Baldini says quite eloquently, all they're really looking for is somebody to explain what's going on, because that hasn't happened to date. So I think if you were to take the resolution that's proposed and just eliminate the beginning part so that it reads that the regional municipality of Niagara and Niagara Peninsula Energy be requested to convene a public information meeting with the Lundy's Lane property owners, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's going to what Councillor Thompson is talking about. I mean, you can't stop the work, and I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of valid reasons for this work that just need to be articulated to the residents.
Yeah, the only thing I would indicate is the urgency of the meeting immediately.
Well, and I mean, to put it bluntly, we make a lot of these resolutions from this council that go to people like the province, et cetera. It doesn't mean they're going to follow them. They're requests. That's simply what they are. So there's no requirement for the region or MPI to do that, but it's respectfully requested.
So how soon could we call this public meeting?
Well, once again, that's up to the region and MPI. I mean, you and I will sign these resolutions tomorrow morning, and we can fax them off. Whether they take action on that, I mean, I can't predict that, but obviously you as members of council also have some influence over the NPEI, obviously, so I'm sure that would be helpful about convening a meeting and convening a meeting quickly.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Van der Stoos?
Jim, I just wonder what the sanity of putting these huge poles up on Lundy's Lane is. It's going to be a concrete jungle, and if you look down Keeler Road right now, it's a real eyesore. And like Mr. Fabiano said, Lundy's Lane is known around the world as a beautiful place to drive down in the first place, and I can't understand why they're putting these poles. They're going to be the eyesore of Niagara Falls. Let's put it that way.
Okay, well, Council, you've heard the comments and you've heard, yeah, I'm sorry, okay, we've got Councillor Wing and then Councillor Gates.
In addition to the urgency of meeting and explaining what's going on, there's, I think, a big part of the request is asking them to hear the concerns of the residents and businesses and try to work with them to mitigate those concerns. That's a very important part of this.
Okay.
That's
all right.
in the second part.
That's in the second part. Yeah, Councillor Gates.
Yeah, fine, thank you. First of all, thanks for coming tonight. I'm a little concerned on why they weren't notified ahead of time. I just don't get that. We already had an incident like that earlier tonight here. It seems like they're not getting the message across to let the people know, and I think that's really unfortunate. But to answer your question, which is really the one that I think you're all asking, is why are they doing it? I think Councillor Iononi answered it the best. They're doing it because it's cheaper. That's right. That's the reality. And I guess at the end of the day, what has to be decided, hopefully through a public meeting that's done relatively quickly with a lot of follow-up and a lot of pressure from this council, is to say, is it really worth it to destroy a main tourist area of Niagara Falls because it's cheaper? And I think that's what you have to talk about. That's the reality, and that's what it's all about here. It's about dollars and cents and where they are. And I guess as a council, we have to decide: is Lundy's Lane as important as Fallsview? Is Lundy's Lane as important as downtown? And I think that makes it tough, and that's where I think you guys are at. I may be wrong, but I think that's what you're trying to say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maves.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm just concerned regardless, you're still going to need poles for streetlights, is that not correct? So they're eliminating some poles?
No.
They're not taking any of the other poles down?
No.
And these are additional poles?
They're additional. They're putting on the other side of the sidewalk.
I find this kind of strange. That is an awful lot of poles for one street. I find that a little...
Well,
I would be very frustrated too with it. Yeah. With that.
Well, there's no question. I mean, the communication could be improved. And if we have a public meeting, everything can be explained. We can have drawings. We can show the people what their tax dollars are going toward. Because I agree, I don't have the answers to any of the questions either. So I think that's the idea behind the resolution. Is there any other comments to the resolution? Because if not, then let's call the vote. It's the what's that? Yeah, we did. It was Victor and Wayne Gates. It's the resolution in your package. It was your handout.
Did you delete the stop work immediately?
Yeah.
Why does it have to be deleted, sir?
Okay, well, let's get that. That was suggestion of the clerk, but that's at the discretion of the mover and the seconder, because the motion has already been made. It was suggested by...
Well, I think what we have to do, first of all, is get a seconder to the motion. I'm not so sure we have that.
No, we had a
No,
first
Victor
and a
said
second. Victor?
Victor wanted to speak to it, he didn't second it.
Oh. Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Wing then. And now, did you move the resolution as is, or did you remove the immediate cessation of the work? Is it with the amended?
I would prefer to move it as is, and then if somebody wants to do another motion, that's fine.
Okay, so does everyone understand the resolution? Yes, Councillor Ioannoni?
I'd kind of like a legal opinion on this because we don't solely own NPEI. And we're 2 votes, but you have representatives from the other municipalities also. While we have a weighted vote on money issues, we didn't use a weighted vote on this. I don't believe we have the authority to do this.
Okay, let's find out. Mr. Beeman, you want to wade into this one?
I really don't know enough about the share structure to make a comment about something like that. So I wouldn't...
Okay, we're going to defer to our CAO, and maybe he can give us some feedback.
Mr. Mayor, I think if you look at the motion here, the motion is a request to another agency. You have to remember, MPEI is a private corporation. We don't have the ability sitting around this council table to dictate to what that private corporation is going to do. You can simply here tonight with a motion request that they do it, but I mean, the motion could say that we request that they stop work. You got to remember, that's a separate corporation from this. We can't unilaterally dictate that they do anything. And one clarification here, this is not taxpayers' money we're talking about. This is money of a private corporation, which is MPEI, and they have it in their capital budget, which is generated through electricity rates. So the money, whether, there was comments here about, going the cheap way or the expensive way, it really doesn't fall on the taxpayers here. All of that money is dictated and driven through our hydro rates and through that private corporation, which is MPEI. We happen to own shares in that company, but we don't have any unilateral right over that because it's a private business corporation under the Business Corporations Act. So, I mean, this motion can simply be sent off to them requesting that they do certain things, but this council can't dictate to that corporation that they in fact do it.
I get all that.
Okay.
So this gentleman, Ken is saying...
Do you want to come to the mic, Charlie? Just can't pick you up from there.
Ken is saying the energy regulation company, whatever, MPI, whatever it is, can do whatever they want in Niagara Falls.
What I'm saying, sir, is that this corporation, because they're a private company, we can't unilaterally dictate to them what they do. We can comment to them. We have 2 representatives of this council that sit on that board, but this council does not unilaterally control that company.
I know one of the members was contacted today, and he had no idea what was even going on.
Well, this work was approved through the MPEI board because they need to do those works along Lundy's Lane. The road authority is the region. So our council here really on this matter is simply a commenting group or passing a motion to request that something happen, but we unilaterally can't say to them, stop the work, because it's a private contract issued by that private company, which is our hydro corporation.
To that point,
And to that point, they followed every single rule they had to by going to their governing authority. They crossed their T's, they dotted their I's. They have permission from the governing body, which unfortunately is not us.
I guess there's been...
Why would that stop us now?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and I mean, nothing in the resolution is critical of any process. And in fact, I mean, I think part of it is actually saying this is a good idea. I mean, really, as Mr. Todd indicates, this is merely a request, and you make all kinds of ridiculous requests to a lot worse things. So, in fairness, though, the idea of making a request I'm sure they're not going to stop the project, so passing that part of the resolution probably doesn't make any sense. Will they consider having a public meeting? Perhaps. I think that's a little more feasible.
Who are you asking to have the public meeting? The region or the city? I'm sorry, the region or NPEI?
Region, MPEI, whoever wants to do it, I guess. I mean, that's up to you as council as far as the request.
Is there any other comments? Councillor Carrio? Well, it's in your package.
Yes. And which one would you, the whole one?
Yeah, it's the whole one, but it's a suggestion, as the clerk mentions. We're asking them to consider having a public meeting immediately. Now, it also says to immediately stop the work, right? Cessation of the work. That's currently in the resolution.
It says to temporarily put the work on hold. I mean, I didn't define what temporarily was. I was hoping that would, that would imply very quick turnaround. I'm not saying stop the work.
So right now, the motion has temporarily, or it has the stopping of the work. That's in it? That's in it? Agreed? Okay. So we understand what we're voting on. So it's the resolution asking for a public meeting, also asking them to temporarily stop the work till they have this meeting. That's what the resolution is, and it's a request. It doesn't have any authority. So everyone understands that?
Recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Wing?
In favor?
Councillor Thompson? No. Councillor Iononi?
No.
Councillor Morocco?
No.
Councillor Mabes?
Yes.
Councillor Carrio?
In favor.
Councillor Gates?
In favor.
Councillor Peter Angelo?
In favor.
Mayor Diodati?
In favor.
Passes.
Okay, so we'll send that off, and we'll see. That's as far as our authority goes at this point. And we appreciate you being here tonight and all your activity to get the petition signed and to be here late at night on a Monday night. Yeah, please hand that in to our clerk.
Mr. Clerk, I will give you a call next week for your progress, okay?
Okay. All right, folks. Moving down the agenda, we're going to switch. I'm going to switch seats with Councilor Peter Angelo. We're going to deal with budget matters. And you'll notice there's a handout. In your handout, there is a slide presentation there as well.
Thank you. Short arms on everything.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Next on the agenda is going to be a presentation from our Director of Finance, Mr. Harrison, on the City of Niagara Falls debt management and perhaps our strategy in the future. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Angelo. And as this is getting late in the evening, this is just a presentation as part of the beginning of the 2012 budget process. Tonight we're not looking for any decisions to be made, but we're providing this information for your consideration as we move forward through the process. It's the first of three parts of the budget process. Obviously, we're going to talk about the debt and the debt position at this point and some options in the future. We're going to be, the next meeting, we're going to be coming forth with a long-term capital needs report and presentation. And then we'll be starting into the budget review, the operating budget review starting in November. We're going to be covering a few main items, which would include the current debt position, the existing commitment that the council's made on new debt, the council's strategic priorities as it relates to debt and capital needs, and then just provide 4 options for your consideration and as we move forward. So the next slide shows some key data. As you know, The city issues debt for, is not possible to issue debt for operating deficits. The debt that is issued is for capital-related projects. We have to borrow through the region, and we have to get approval through the region. The region is the actual holder of the debt, and we pay the region, who then releases the obligations to whoever the debt is held by. At the end of this year, we project that the total debt corporation will be about $75 million. The total debt servicing for 2011 is $8.2 million. The percentage of own source income is 8.3. What that means is that's the percentage of the debt servicing cost, principal and interest, divided into our own source revenues. The guidelines that the province provides is that this cannot exceed 25%. As you can see, we're well below the 25%. When we were preparing the presentation and looking at this, we don't have all of the information on what our provincial counterparts in other municipalities have as comparators. Traditionally, this percentage has been low amongst municipalities, but as debt costs have been lowered by lower interest rates, and also the recent infrastructure spending programs where municipalities have been asked to contribute a percentage, as well as the increasing identification of capital, as they call it in many departments, the capital deficit. Many municipalities have been spending more money and using debt as a funding source. So moving to the next slide, we see that the debt at the end of this year is approximately $75 million. You can see that in those, this is a broad breakdown of the debt allocation by each major asset category. You can see, obviously, in the buildings areas, the primary source of the carrying debt. We have some money in the sewer area, and as you can see, it's broken down in the other areas. Moving to the
Mr.
next.
Harrison?
Yes.
Just in that slide right there, the sewer and water debt would be serviced from the water, wastewater utility budget?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So you see that the water and sewer portion is just under $15 million, so the servicing costs are serviced about $60 million for the general purposes or tax budget, and $15 million out of the water and sewer budget. And if you recall, the large component of the sewer budget is actually funded from a transfer from development charges as it relates to the development that's those pumping stations that we talked about in previous years. So moving to the next slide, we can see this is a graphical interpretation of the debt. As you can see, that's basically the same, but shown in a debt format. Moving to the next slide, it's a little bit broader definition. We can see that the largest portion of the debt component of the buildings is actually in the rec facilities. To the left, we can see just over $10 million is the environmental wastewater sewer. The roads portion, paved roads, that relates to a debt issue a few years ago on Dorchester Road project. So you can see it's really skewed in regards to the recreation facilities. That's the arena, obviously, the McBain Center, and the contribution towards the Boys and Girls Club. So moving to the next slide, we see that if nothing else was to change, the debt would gradually be reduced, and that's what the trend is showing over the next 10 years. You can see that it starts at $75 million as the net debt, and then ends up somewhere around $38 million by the 2020. The next slide indicates that our only commitment that Council has made in the future for issuance of debt to fund a project is our portion of the museum renovations. We anticipate that we'd be going out, even though the project's going to be completed sometime in 2012, we'd be issuing the debt in 2013. Again, depending on the climate of the debt markets, we may go at the end of 2012, but obviously we'd have to come back and report to Council and provide that information. This is just an identification. And you can see that The two amortization periods on the debt are either 10 years or 30 years. Those are generally the length of terms that the debt markets are now able to provide. And you can see the difference in the servicing costs over the life of those items. So, moving onwards, we can see this is the important issue. This is the debt servicing. With the museum commitment, we can see that there's a slight bump up in 2012. That's for some of the debt that was issued this year. We issued some debt for rink projects as well as the fire radio system. So you can see that in 2012 we maxed out at just about $8.6 million, and then gradually it declines. In 2017, we can see there's a big jump or a big reduction. That's because in 10 years previous to that, we had a fairly significant debt issuance, and that's the year that it stops. So moving to the next slide, we can see that the actual debt servicing charge this year is 8.2. It's going to jump up to 8.6 in 2012. And then with the museum, we go into the middle column and we can see that everything included, it's 8.4, and then goes down in 2017 to just under $6 million. The third column indicates the percentage of own source revenues. That assumes that our own source revenues would stay stagnant, but with tax revenue growing and with likely inflationary charges to the utility rates, that percentage would slightly change. So now that brings us to the end of the story as to where do we start for 2012. And as we're preparing the budgets and we're talking about our needs moving forward, there's two things to consider. It's the council's strategic initiatives. The two key items, obviously, is fiscal sustainability and then sustainability of infrastructure. The first point is really nothing more that the city generates enough revenue to meet its obligations. That's a simple principle. It requires that annual balanced budgets, and with the issuance now of PSAB 3150 and with the tangible capital assets being on the city's balance sheets, we have to consider the sustainability of the infrastructure. Obviously, a key component of that is the appropriate level of taxation and rates. When we talk about rates, we're talking about utility rates and the DC charges. So as we will be providing you some, because staff has been working on a significant effort in coming with a capital needs forecast, we have 4 options moving forward as it relates to debt. And as I said, tonight we're not asking for any decisions. We're just saying that this is 4 options that the staff have developed that council can consider. The first one, obviously, is status quo. No new debt. We just let the debt payments retire the debt as they go. That does nothing to address the capital needs that we will be forthcoming with. The 2 other items, the middle 2 options, maintain the total debt at an existing level. The first one, option 2, would be maintaining the servicing amount at $8.6 million, which is what we'll peak out in 2012. The second one would be to maintain the debt at $75 million. And the last option is to raise the debt servicing level to 10%. If you recall, some years ago, the debt servicing level in the municipality was not to ever exceed 10% of our own source revenues. So that's one other option. Now, obviously, there are different permutations. There's different options we can run within these 4 areas. But we'll now provide, by moving to the next slide, what all 4 options would provide in new additional monies that's available for capital infrastructure spending. If we did option 1, which again is we just reduce the debt, we don't add any additional debt, we can see that over time our debt servicing requirements would be reduced. We would take the savings that we would see in the debt servicing and have a dollar for dollar increase in the capital. We would see that over the next 6 years, we would end up seeing about $2.6 million in contribution room. Option 2, on the next slide, would show that the debt servicing level of $8.6 million would remain in effect. So in essence, as the servicing room was freed up, so in 2013 when we start to see a reduction, we would then turn around and have an increase in capital spending the year prior. So because obviously we don't start servicing the debt in the year that we issue the debt, we would do it in the year afterwards. So we can see that by doing that, making some assumptions that we would pay 10-year rates at today's rates, and over 10 years, we could identify that we would be able to free up approximately $25 million in capital money. That would require no pain on the existing budgets because the $8.6 million is already built into the budgets. Moving to the next option, we can see that this is keeping the debt level consistent at $75 million. You can see that there's a somewhat of a fluctuation of the budget impact year over year, and that's due to the rate increases and rate reductions. But you can see that we would take the additional room that we would create in 2012 of $5.1 million, which represents the actual principal we would pay next year, and we would be able to increase our capital budget and then also start servicing the debt in the year subsequent. But using that methodology, we'd be able to create additional room of about $32 million. Again, that would just mean that the $75 million debt would be stagnant and stay at the same amount. The last option is to raise the debt level to 10% of our own source revenues. Own source revenues is just about $98 million, so our own source revenue servicing amount would be $9.8 million. In the first year, if we were to take all that debt, if we were to take all that available room, we could increase the capital spending by $11.4 million in the first year, and you can see the subsequent increases as the years go on. That would increase the capital spending of $35 million. So again, these are just for your considerations and to remain in your back pocket as we start talking about the budget as we move forward. We certainly see that we know because of the age of our assets, we know that on our balance sheet there is about a $300 million difference between what our total assets valuation are in historical cost and with what the amortized value is. There's about $300 million. So we know that over the long term, we, as many municipalities do, have a significant reinvestment in the future. And we're just looking at different options that we can start to attack this issue as we move forward. So that's the end of the presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions or comments.
Okay. Councilor Carrier.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Chairman. I think that you already mentioned this, but on your chart on page 5, your percentage of revenues, you don't take into consideration any increase in assessment? You just left it as if it was stagnant?
Yeah, we for the assumptions of this presentation,
it stayed the same?
Yeah. Obviously, we would be creating some room as we move forward. Again, we have an assessment increase, just the, not new growth, but just the phase-in is about 3.8% for this year coming up.
And then the other factor would be interest rates going
exactly.
forward. So then, you know...
Again, we're just using the best data that we have right now. We haven't put into a lot of significant changes in the assumptions, but it's meant to be a barometer as we're moving forward.
Yeah, I think the other part of own source revenue is that the city receives revenue in ways other than what the province will let us put into our calculation. So we actually receive a lot more revenue than what they'll let us use to justify the percent of our own revenue here. So the percent of our own revenue in actuality is lower than what is shown here because there's certain revenues we get that they won't allow us to put into the calculation. Okay?
The own source revenue really takes out all the grant programs that we receive, any type of money, like the gas tax money, which has been secured to 2014, any of the other distributions from other levels of government, any type of fees that we generate from other municipalities that we bill, those types of things. So you're right. I mean, the calculation is about $120 million, and then it ends up at $98 million for the last year.
So I think the follow-up report to this would be what the capital needs of the city is going to be over the next 5 years. Is there any other questions, I guess, to Mr. Harrison? Okay. If not, then I'll turn it back to our mayor.
Okay, we're on to the ratification of in-camera recommendations. We have nothing to ratify. On to the consent agenda. Was there any that anyone wanted to pull specifically? Okay, motion by Councillor Carey to move the consent agenda, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, consent agenda is moved. On to the bylaws. City Clerk is going to advise us if there's any additional bylaws or amendments. None at all? Okay. We get a motion to read the bylaws. Councillor Pietrangelo.
So moved, Worship. First reading.
First reading. A second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor?
Bylaws 2011-126 to 2011-129 read a first time.
Okay.
Second and third.
Second and third by Councillor Pietrangelo. That's seconded by Councillor Gates. All those in favor?
Bylaws 2011-126 to 2011-129 read a second and third time and passed.
Okay. New business. Councillor Morocco.
Your Worship, I'm terribly sorry to bring this up and make these two young men wait here this long. I told them to show up at 8. I'll have to say that...
Come on up to the mic, guys. Come up to the mic.
It's Travis and Chad, right? Yes. Okay. Just a quick overview. I did go to a fundraiser on Friday evening to support these two young men who are actually going to be competing for Canada in the World Olympics, and maybe or World Championship for Jiu-Jitsu.
Yes.
I'm going to let them tell you the story. And they have an application, and because we are actually not going to meet until the 24th, they leave on the 27th, their application might not have been able to get approved. So we had a quick conversation, maybe thought that we'd just bring them to council and see what we can do.
Okay. And gentlemen, welcome. And so you can say you're Chad?
Yes.
Okay. And Travis. Okay, so tell us what you're actually going to.
Well, first, thanks for letting us speak after you guys have all been here for so long. We're going to Spain to fight in the World Championships for, it's like a semi-contact kickboxing. To get here, we had to qualify out of Ontario. Top 8 from Ontario go to fight in the Nationals, and top 4 from the Nationals go to Spain. Your fourth competitor is more of like your alternate. Both myself and Travis were in the top 2. So I won and he placed second in his division. So if we do raise enough funds to go, we do have a very good chance of medaling and bringing something back to our city. Both of our instructors are Hall of Fame members at this point in time, so we're trying to just fill in the legacy.
Well, that's great. Now, you guys are familiar with the Octagon? This is our Octagon right here. And Councillor Thompson's willing to do double or nothing if you guys can take him on. Now the funding, Councillor Morocco. Now, did you want to explain? Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Well, I just had a question because you said that there was an application in, and I was wondering, was the application to us or the Rec Commission?
Sorry, it's Parks and Recs, but unfortunately, they're just waiting for, I believe, confirmation of their flight because there's a couple pieces of information that need to be put in, so they're holding back on submitting the application. And so I thought, well, maybe, and if it has to be pre-approved, maybe we can do that at this council based on them providing the necessary information, or maybe staff can
Yeah,
actually
Kathy,
help us out.
our Acting Director of Parks and Recreation, maybe you can enlighten the council as to what application this is for exactly.
Yes. The Recreation and Culture Department, we do have a grant for national and international competition, excuse me, that is administered by the Recreation Committee. And what we require is we do have a form that I can email you if you provide me with your contact. We've got it? Great. And the form is then received by our Recreation Committee, and they're actually meeting on Tuesday, October the 11th. And they'll review the form, and they'll make a recommendation at that time. And typically, they look at providing funds for the registration fee, and that could maybe range like from $100 to $500, because we do have a very limited budget for the grant.
Do you guys know how much the registration is on that for your...
$200 to $300 depending on...
Per?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I know I sat on the Rec Commission, I know you sat on the Rec Commission, and I think Councilor Gates does right now. I can never ever remember the Recreation Commission turning down a national athlete, and it's always the registration that they pay. So, I mean, I don't know if that's what you're here to ask, or if it was something more, I'm not sure.
Yes.
But I can't really anticipate that they'd have a problem if they're going to represent Canada, Your Worship.
Would we do a motion subject to approval of the Rec Committee, or what's the suggestions around the table here?
You don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to approve the Rec Commission's decision to grant anyone money. I think that the Rec Commission has their own budget that they disperse based on based on the information that's in front of them, and maybe Ms. Moldenhauer can speak to it, but.
Yes. They receive the application, they discuss it, they make a motion, and then we inform the applicants.
So, but does that need to be ratified by council?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Oh, so it would, oh, well, that's great.
We spent a great night there.
Actually,
I guess I didn't enjoy it.
It was quite interesting.
Was it, you guys have brains or beans? That's what we want to know.
It took some self-control to keep a straight face. I'm not gonna lie.
Welcome to the Octagon. Yes, Councilor
Just on that note, then, I just would like to say I wish you all the best and good luck, and I'm sure
Thank you very
that
much.
from meeting them in just the short time, I think you work for the city, and
did
your dad
actually
does
work.
work for the city too, Stan, and we
Also my
wish you...
brother, Troy.
Okay. And we wish you all the best, and if there's any way we can still raise some funds for you, I'll sure try and find some more money for them anyway to help them out. So good luck and represent Niagara Falls best.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. You got these solid gold awards. If you win, you come back. I got one of those with your name on it. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, not actually. It says participant, but that's okay. Okay. Do we have any other new bit? Yeah, Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Gates, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yes, this is a topic that's not new to this council. In fact, I think we've had at least one or two resolutions supporting this, but I've been asked and informed that Joe Comartin, the NDP candidate from Windsor, will be introducing a private members bill in support of single event sport wagering. And we passed these resolutions before here, and could have a tremendous impact on local tourism and people visiting the municipality and of course the casino. I had the opportunity to meet the key element here is the federal government, and I talked with Mr. Nicholson, the Justice Minister, and he is going to have to be dealing with this ultimately for Canada, and then the individual provinces make the determination. And of course, Ontario has already indicated that they are in favor of this, so that people can actually go to the casino and vote or wager on individual sporting events. So Mr. Nicholson is looking for community support, and I thought we'd start with the council, in spite of the fact that we've already done this before. This gives them an update. We're going to deal with Niagara Falls tourism, the convention center and the VIAs, also to give support to this. The study indicates that 500,000 new visits to Niagara Falls would result, and we'd bring back a lot of the U.S. patrons across the border for football weekend, Super Bowl, March Madness, NFL playoffs, and boxing and UFC. So this is something that certainly would have an impact on border municipalities that have casinos. The only other jurisdiction that offers this in North America is Las Vegas. And during the Super Bowl alone, they get $87 million bet last year and 250,000 additional visitors. So this is very important to us. I'll give this through to the clerk, which has Mr. Nicholson's contacts obviously on it, and I would suggest that this also be sent on to the casino, who are kind of coordinating some efforts there. So I'll pass that on, and I'd make a motion to that effect, and then I have one other quick comment.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Do you want to speak to it? No? Okay. All those in... Oh, did you want to speak to it? Councillor
No,
Robb?
I just want to declare a conflict. My elder daughter works at the Fallsview Casino Resort.
Okay. All those in favor? And I did just want to point out real quickly, too, that we did meet with, we were at AMO with Minister Dwight Duncan about that. They're very bullish on this. They're very excited about it. We also met with our MP, Nicholson, about it, and he's aware of it. I guess their bigger challenge is, he said, by decriminalizing it, it forces the other provinces to take a position on it and deal with it. So that's part of the issue.
The reason it's being brought up is because there are some challenges politically for our member of parliament. So he has to know that there's community support.
So we have that. So did we call the vote? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous with one.
The only other thing, I had the opportunity to attend a seminar in Niagara-on-the-Lake last week for the district hydros, and we have had a presentation to us regarding LED lighting for the street lighting. And when I was there, there was a presentation being made by, they suggest, the leader in municipal lighting, LED lighting, which happens to be Welland. Welland is in the process of completely changing all of their lighting within the municipality, and have an agreement with the lighting manufacturer. But what got me about it was the fact that they spend $6 million for their lighting annually. They have made an arrangement where they will pay the manufacturer and installer $4 million a year, and they will have $2 million for the municipality in savings. So I don't know if you've been in touch with Welland. I know we're talking about this, but when you can save $2 million, have all new lighting installed, LED lighting, it gives you some incentive. But what was interesting, with these new LED lights, you can determine what light is out. You can increase and lower the lighting just on the computer. And one of the most interesting things was where there is an emergency call regarding ambulance or fire, they can actually blink the light in front of the house, so when the emergency vehicles are coming, they can determine very quickly without trying to look for addresses on the building. So it sounded very exciting. So hopefully in our research with respect to this, we can talk to the people in Welland, because they have a deal and they're going ahead with it as we speak.
I can give you an update there too. We just had our Luminaire event here in Niagara Falls, and we had 100 people from municipalities all over Ontario. We're currently testing, I believe it's 18 different lighting companies from around the world, LED, and we've got streets for each one. And I understand Welland was here for it, and they signed a deal with one of the companies that was here. And they already have one street, I think it was Lincoln Street, where they've been testing some LED lighting. So you're right, there's no question about it. By investing in this, long term we could save a lot of money. It's more efficient, and as a matter of fact, they'd even pointed out that they can even retrofit some to have cameras if we have problems with vandalism in certain areas. So you're right. Instead of waiting for Mrs. Jones to call in and say the light's burned out, they'll know instantly. So there's definitely some big advantages, and staff are already aggressively pursuing that through Mr. Holman and his department. They're testing it, they're checking the readings, they're verifying, and we're going to definitely be a leader in the country for this.
What interests me was the fact that if you're talking about replacing all your lights, I think the cost in Welland is about $18 million. So if you're talking, asking a municipality, how are you going to finance that or fund that? Well, they've come up with a formula that actually the company finances it, and you pay your regular light bill, and you have $2 million savings in Welland. So that's a pretty interesting scenario.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is. Thank you. All right, we've got Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I only have one item, and I guess it's that time. And I'm becoming hopeful. Back in December of 2010, the region would have submitted their application for a record of site condition. So I'm hoping that it's that time that they actually get the record of site condition back. And I'm wondering whether or not we've heard anything. I think people keep asking when that road is going to be open, and I know that the region just sort of needs approval from the ministry. They need that clear record of site condition, and generally it takes about 10 months, so it should be time.
Let's maybe we can ask Mr. Holman if he's had any feedback yet on the record of site condition. The road into the arena.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't got an update yet. I can follow up tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe by the end of October.
Oh, no, we'll get on that, absolutely, because they've told us 2012, so let's hold them to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Councillor Gates?
Yeah, just on that, I happened to go to the Canuck game on Friday night. They had 1,200 people there. They won 5-4, so, but there's still the concerns around the road, so it's good to be brought up. Just to the recreation, I just want to, I did talk about this earlier in one of our council meetings on the girls' hockey on the center ice, to kind of with the Nationals coming. Maybe you can give us an update on that. And also with the Canucks, it's their 40th anniversary this year, and also maybe putting something at center ice to honor that 40 years in the community is quite the achievement. Maybe you just give me an update on where that's at, or whether it's moving forward, or I'd appreciate that.
In response to your questions about the logo, the girls' hockey logo will be going on the ice in October. The company that we deal with are quite busy, of course, in September with all the other municipalities putting their ice in. So that one will be going forward in October. And we have to look at the screening to add the 40th. And with that, of course, we'd have to schedule the ice maintenance. So we don't have a date yet for when we're going to be actually putting that on the ice, but definitely with the girls, it'll be in October.
Okay, and the Canucks is going to get done?
Yes.
Perfect. Good. Thank you very much. Just a second issue, and I know we've talked about healthcare at length at this council, but I did take in a healthcare forum last week that was sponsored by CKTV 610, and Dr. Smith was there and answered some questions. But one of the things that I was really concerned about, Jim, and maybe you'd get the opportunity to maybe even call Dr. Smith, is that he really wants to move forward with the hip. And he doesn't want to go back, doesn't want other studies, he doesn't want any of that. But the reality is you can't go into the future in healthcare until you correct our problems that have been created in the past. And obviously the cuts to the Niagara Falls Hospital, whether it be around maternity, but the closing of the ERs in the Regent, the laying off of the nurses, the contracting out of the cleaning services, and the closing of the beds have all contributed to the C-Def crisis and the healthcare crisis that has really gone rampant here in the Niagara region. And so I have a lot of concerns, because I know at our last council meeting we said let's give him a chance, let's see what's going on. But in listening to his comments and listening to his comments on the radio the following day, you can't move into the future until you correct the past, and he looks like he wants to move forward with the hip, and that's going to have awful consequences for right here in Niagara Falls, but right across the region. So maybe a suggestion that maybe you give him a call
maybe tomorrow or whenever he's available to talk to you, and really get an update on what he's saying about the HIP and moving into the future without correcting what I think is probably the most important part of the puzzle to get healthcare back to what the residents of Niagara deserve.
No, I agree, absolutely, and actually, we've been calling him for the last 2 weeks, and it's been very, very difficult, and they finally got back to us with a date that is going to be while I'm away. So I suggested to his office through my staff that I would come to Hamilton if that made it easier for him. So we've absolutely removed all obstacles for any excuses why we can't get together, and we're pursuing it very aggressively. So our goal is to meet this week. So I'll definitely keep everyone in tune as soon as we hear back. And I'll check with the staff today, because for all I know, they might have already set that up today. But appreciate, point well taken, appreciate you representing us there at the American Community Center for CKTB, and we got to just keep the pressure on. We can't let up. Squeaky wheel.
Yeah, and if you like somebody to come with you, I'd love to come with you.
Okay. He said specifically that you can't come?
I'm sure he did.
No, he didn't. I'm kidding. Is there any other new business?